a website, create a virtual server, store important files, manage employee access, or make sure its applications are always available. Now, all of this becomes possible through cloud platforms like Microsoft Azure, and the professionals who manage these services are Azure administrators. Hey everyone, welcome back to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this Microsoft Azure Administrator course, we will understand how Azure administrators work with cloud resources and manage different services inside Microsoft Azure. We'll begin by looking at what an Azure administrator actually does and why companies use Azure for flexibility, scalability, security, and cost-effective infrastructure. Then we'll explore the Azure portal, subscriptions, resource group, and how resources are created and organized in the cloud. And after that, we'll also move into practical Azure services like virtual machines, storage accounts, blob storage, file share, queue storage, and table storage. We'll also see how websites can be hosted using Azure virtual machines and static website hosting. Along with this, we'll touch on important Azure administrative topics like app service, containers, virtual networks, load balancing, firewalls, monitoring, infrastructure automation. And by the end of this course, you will have a very clear idea of how Azure administrators create, manage, secure, and monitor cloud infrastructure in real-world environment. So let's begin with this course. Now, before we move on, let me share something exciting with you guys. If you want to build a strong career in cloud computing and work with Microsoft Azure, you can check out Simplilearn's Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate course. This course is designed to help you understand how Azure is used in real companies to manage cloud infrastructure. You will learn how to manage Azure subscriptions, secure users and identities, configure virtual network, set up storage, create and scale virtual machines, work with containers, manage web app, monitor resources, and backup cloud solutions. The best part is that this course is not just theory. You will get live virtual classes led by industry experts, official Microsoft content, hands-on Azure labs, practice projects, simulation tests, and 24/7 learning support. So you're not only learning Azure concepts, but also practicing how these services are actually used in real cloud environments. This course is especially useful for IT professionals, system administrators, cloud beginners, and anyone who wants to move into Azure administrator or cloud engineer roles. It also helps you prepare for the AZ-104 certification exam, which validates your skills in managing Microsoft Azure environments. So if you want to build practical Azure skills and become more confident in cloud administration, Simplilearn's Microsoft Certified Azure Administrators Associate course is definitely worth checking out. Before we get started, here's a quick quiz question for you. Which Azure service is used to create and manage virtual servers? Azure Blob Storage, Azure Virtual Machines, Azure Key Vault, or Azure Monitor? Comment your answer below and let's see how many of you got it right.
So before we start our formal session, let's understand why we all are here for AZ-104, which means how you can administer Azure platform. So what does it means now? For an example, if someone asks, if you are an Azure administrator, what your day to day or from 9 to 5 look like? This is the very first important understanding, the context of the whole training, how your day look like. And this is a very important part. So if I just need to ask second, remember one very important part for 104, or you can say administrator role in Microsoft Azure platform, that you actually do not have the free hand. When we say a free hand, means you need to perform a task which is assigned to you. So there is no, you can say that, a kind of a liberty as an Azure administrator at the initial days. As you get matured, when you have that experience, then probably you can take certain decision by your own. But in a 90% cases, you basically get instruction. How you get instruction, how you execute the task, and so on. So in the next 10 days, that is my promise, that after the 10 classes, you understand each bit of Azure administration, as well as you should be confident enough if you are trying for a job role change, or if you're trying to get probably a role in any of the Azure administration world. So these two questions, please remember, and that we will discuss in the ninth or 10th class one more time to understand how much clarity you get. Yeah, it's a quite different than what usually we have in a training. So before we start our a formal journey on AJ104, let me have a simple question. What is Azure? Question number two, why any customer use Azure boom in last 4 to 5 years? Everyone go crazy. I am going for an Azure. It's a 104. All right. So let me have your understanding. What is Azure? Can anyone say, as per your own understanding till now, what is Azure? Cost efficiency is the one of the reason why customer, go for Azure, capex and opex. So in the nutshell, high availability, business continuity, right? So for an example, I'm just putting it out here. Few of you mention cost benefit, high availability. You can say that business continuity, correct? Easy management, right? It's a simple management. Good. So you can like a OPEX model in a state of CAPEX, you do not have to spend money. Global availability minute. Font size is actually there is an option in the Zoom. When you click on the top, the screen will get enlarged. Just try that. Now, why Azure boom in last 4 and 5 years? So if all these are the benefit, please listen my question very carefully. When these are the benefit of Azure, it's not new. It's not new, right? Then why customer not opted for Azure or any cloud platform for so long time? Because the cloud already present in this whole space for last 23 years. These all are the benefit which you all listed. So why customer resist? Why customer now start boarding on the cloud platform nowadays in last 4 to 5 years? What is changed all around? What is the trigger point of why Azure boom in last 4 and 5 years? Security, but security was there for a long time, right? Cost benefit is also there for a last, I think that 20 years. Yes, that's all. That's what I am saying, that these are the benefit is not new. It was there for a quite 2 decade before this benefit is still available. So if you look at here, before that you have a internet speed of 2G. 2G. What has changed suddenly? 2G is now become a 5G. And even in many countries, the 6G is already in a process of a rollout. So when you have a fast internet availability, it powered a smart devices like phone, tablet. So when these fast internet provide, or you can say boost a smart devices, people like you and me, what our behavior change? Our behavior change is that by sitting at our home, we like to avail the service. Just like that, today, I and you, we both are connected on a Zoom platform. Can you do it 10 years back? It is almost impossible. Almost impossible. So when customer behavior change, it impact the companies. So let me give you a context now. Before that, a business depend on business depend on, or you can say huge app. So even 10 years back, if you go to bank, if you go to bank, you have to stand in a queue. Then at the counter, they ask a certain question from you and they fill the some detail. So 10 years back, 20 years back, they still use application. Business still use application, and your application depend on infrastructure. So where application is running? On infrastructure. And what is the best part of this approach? If application is down, remember 10 years back, if application is down, still business function. So remember that even if the application is down, still you can do certain task. Correct? What is happening now? It's a app who drive the business. It's a app who drive the business. Let me give you a very simple analogy behind. If Uber app down, what you can say that a general manager, a CEO can do? If Uber app is down, can they do anything? Nothing. Today era, right now where we are sitting, we call it as an app driven world. So how this changing scenario trigger the adoption of Microsoft Azure or cloud platform? Because that is interesting. That is happening at a business and consumer side. What to do with, what is the relationship of the app driven business scenario? Anything to do with Microsoft Azure. Now let's go deeper dive. Now we are trying to understand how, number one, internet power a smart device, how a smart device power a business now. So it's an app driven business nowadays. How app driven business is actually trigger Azure adoption. I give you a sensitive information now. So for an example, if you have to use Uber or Amazon, do you need to register? Yes. And what you provide when you register, whether you notice or not, you provide your whole personal detail. You provide your name, you provided your date of birth, you provide your address, you provide your national ID card, you provide your credit card. Do not you think this is a very, very personal information? Yes. Now remember, when I as a company, let's say for an example, I am a company who is based in India. Let me call myself Simplilearn. Today, we are working in India. Tomorrow, I want to open my business in France. I simply rename simplylearn.fr. Who am I? India based company. Where I want to work? In France, which is a totally different country. So today, India and France is a very good friend. Tomorrow, for XYZ reason, that friendship is not good. Now, in Indian company, Simplylearn have lot of data about the French citizen. In the changing scenario, is it possible that we can use this data to target, to disrupt something to that people who already give all their information with me? Yes or no? I can or I cannot, because their every information is India now. Correct? That is very, very important to all you to understand now. So France said that, okay, dear Simplylearn, if you want to do a business with me, 10 years back, you have to only obtain a business license. 10 years back. But now, because you are doing app driven business and your app capture a lot of data, please remember, your app capture a lot of data which you do not know. For example, your IP address. For example, your device name. For example, your location. Are you aware that your app is capturing all this data as well? So France saying that, hey dear Indian company, you are welcome to do a business in France, but now you have to store data in France only. You cannot store this data to India data center. So what they say now? Data residency. If you do not heard this term, please now heard. It's called data residency law. For example, GDPR in Europe. So Simplylearn say that, okay, so it means that if I have to do a business in France, I have to first obtain a business license. Then I have to also have a data center. Please remember, this is a very, very important part which help you to understand how Microsoft Azure trigger. So one data center I already have in India, which I spend $1 billion to get that data center. So when we say a data center, it means that it's a real estate. You have to occupy a space, and you know that in the real estate price nowadays is just skyrocketing. You have to hire multiple people, from guard to the engineers to the managers. You have to purchase thousands of servers, network devices, and then you have to do a compliances like ISO compliance and so on. So your investment in setting up a single data center can be $1 billion. So I'm just saying that Simplylearn now say that, hey, I have to spend $1 billion. Before even we start the business, I have to invest $1 billion. You are a businessman. Let me ask a question to you. Can you take a risk in this geopolitical scenario that you will invest $1 billion to somewhere, and tomorrow for XYZ reason, if business doesn't fly, what will you do with all this investment? Does it make sense to you if you are a CEO of a company? Absolutely no. Right? So if I come to you and say that, hey, I am Microsoft, I give you the data center on rent. How much you have to pay? Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Okay. So in this data center, you host your service, host your you can say data. How much you use, you just have to pay. If you do not use, you do not have to pay. Which option will you go with? Build your own data center, or you are like to become my guest and to occupy some space in my data center? Which one is the most feasible option for you? So remember, any one of you who is in India, we have a BlackBerry. India government demand, hey BlackBerry, you are a US company. When you are staying in India, when you are doing a business in India, you have to set up the data center in India. You have to host your whole data in India. BlackBerry refuse. India say pack up and go. That's how you suddenly you see that BlackBerry disappear from India. All their investment go for a toss. Correct? Few years back, there is a big fight happened between Instagram, Twitter, and government of India. Yes, because now the every government is start demanding, if you are a foreign entity, you are welcome, but you have to now store all the data here. Is that clear now? Why you as a customer, I as a customer, I have no choice. If I have to go global, I have to host my data into the territory where I supposed to do the business. And this is how Microsoft Azure or any cloud platform, boom. So what exactly the Microsoft platform is? What is the Microsoft platform is? Remember any cloud platform. Exactly. Now let's understand the global infra of a cloud. What does it mean now? And that is very interesting to know. Every cloud provider, they divide the whole world into manageable geography. And that is very interesting to know now. For example, we have a geography called US. We have a geography called APAC. We have a geography called Europe. We have a geography called Middle East and so on, Africa. What is the meaning of geography now? Remember when we say that we are in APAC region. Now you go to any country in APAC, any country. Number one, you find certain similarity in terms of some kind of a cultural, you can say that culturally somewhere we are similar. Second, within that particular geography, usually one country will have some kind of a agreement with another country. Like in APAC region, you have SARC. Have you heard this name before? Like in Europe, you have a European Union, correct? Yes. So these are the political alliances. What we call political alliances. What does it mean by yes, perfect. So what I mean by political alliances is when, let's say I am India, and because of the SARC political alliances, I have a agreement with, for example, Sri Lanka. I have an agreement with some other countries. Okay. So this agreement means as a government of one country, I am trusting the government of another country. So your cloud provider actually tap these political alliances. They understand that one country trusts another country. How does it help? So in the US region, they set up their data center in East US, for an example, in West US, and let's say in a Central US. Same way in APAC, they set up the data center in India. They set up the data center in Singapore. They set up the data center in Japan. But there is no data center in Sri Lanka. There is no data center in South US. So remember when we say a data center, these data center are usually called tier 4 data center. Let me ask a simple question to all of you. Azure, AWS, Google, you take any big name, all their data center are in Mumbai, Chennai, and somewhat in Hyderabad. But why there is no data center in Delhi, Gurgaon, and Noida in India? Earthquake prone area. That is a very, very important part. That is a very, very important part. So remember, you cannot build a data center for a cloud in earthquake pone area. That is a very, very important part. Okay. Yes. Yes. Second very, very important part is these data center are actually connected globally. But if you see the globe, 70% is water. So it means that the internet fiber line is run through the water line. So it means that these data center, yes, yes, should be near coastal area. And third, that is, of course, that is, you can say in a generic, you will see the stability of the country, correct? The taxes, how the taxes is there, what is the compliance requirement of the country, and so on, so there are a huge long checklist why a data center cannot be set up in certain region. So maybe south US is a landlocked area, maybe in the south region is earthquake prone area, we do not know. Same way, if you look at that, there is no data center in Sri Lanka, possibly stability might be one of the factor, and it can be any other reason as such. So your service provider, like Microsoft, like any other, they set up the geography, they have a reason, and then they have a data center. Now I'm a customer. Just take this word. I'm a customer. I host my data center in India, and this data center is in Andheri, Mumbai. If you are outside India, Andheri is just like one of the downtown, any big city. And I host my, let's say, a database, for an example, let's say, for example, SQL server in this Andheri, Mumbai. I also have my server, which can be a VM running in this Andheri, Mumbai. And I am a e-commerce giant in India, Flipkart. It's a peak season. Millions of users log in on my flipkart.com. Suddenly Andheri Mumbai data center is down for any XYZ reason. Fire broke out, hardware failure, or it might be flooded, or might be the municipal corporation of Mumbai dig the road and cut the fiber. Millions of users suddenly say Flipkart is offline. Anyone who is not from India, Flipkart is just like an Amazon. It's a local, you can say, e-commerce platform. So Flipkart will go to Microsoft. Hey, Microsoft, I trust you. I put all my service in your data center. And now you are giving me a lame excuse because of XYZ reason your data center is down. So what can I do? My business is lost. My reputation is lost. Is that good or bad? Bad. So Microsoft said that all right, all right, all right. Do not worry. I understand business is critical for you. So in the same reason, in Mumbai itself, I have now 3 data center. Please remember, it is just for your understanding. One is in Andheri, Mumbai. One is in, let's say, a BKC, Bandra Kurla complex. And second is, let's say, for example, any other region in where? Let's say XYZ. Wadi. All right, let's say Wadi. Powai, yeah? Powai. Powai, Mumbai. Okay? All right. So please remember one more time. So it means that in the same region, Mumbai, Microsoft has built more than one data center, and these data centers are connected with each other with a very fast fiber network, very fast fiber network with the, you can say that it's a very minimal latency. So Microsoft give an offer now. They say that, hey customer, if business is so important for you, you create replica of your database from more than one data center. Of course, you have to pay price 3 times, but in this way, you get something which is called high availability. And what we call availability. So, so what you have? Geography, region, availability zone, and the data center. Data center. Okay. Do you know AWS? AWS, what is that? It's a cloud service provider. Okay. So AWS will have a geography. AWS will have a region. AWS have a availability zone. AWS have a data center. What is Google? It's a cloud platform. Okay. So Google have a geography. Google have a region. Google have a availability zone. Google have a data center. Anyone know, for an example, Bamsi Cloud? What is Bamsi? Oh, it's a cloud platform. Okay. Then Bamsi have a geography, Bamsi have region, Bamsi have availability zone, Bamsi have a data center. Is that clear now? Any cloud, exactly the same. So nice. This is just an introduction from me, beginning. I hope that you understand that how the way we move forward. Now here I am drawing up the map for your learning and study. I start with week 1. Week 2, week 3, week 4, and week 5. So week 1, we are going to talk mostly about a compute power, that is a server. Week 2, we are going to talk most about a storage service in Microsoft Azure. Week 3, which is for me, it's a very important one. We're going to talk about an app service and a network service. App service and virtual network service. Week 4, we are going to talk about HR and DR, including your load balancer. Your firewall, and we also going to talk about the security, especially the key vault concept. Week 5, we are going to understand about how you can manage whole Azure as an administrator. Other way around of portal, like your CLI, your infrastructure as a code monitoring. So I am just talking about the ARM. And in the final one, we talked about the monitoring of. So let me to write it down. Week 1, and today and tomorrow, we talked about the VM in detail, in depth. We go with Microsoft Storage, both Saturday and we are going to understand about an app service and a network service. Here we talked about the high availability DR plus security. Here we talked about the infrastructure as a code like a bicep ARM plus monitoring. So we're going to understand the first virtual machine. Before that, let me give you one corporate scenario to understand why we need this service and as an administrator where your role come. So a customer want to host its website on Microsoft Azure. This website is developed in HTML, Java, React, .NET, whatever you think this is. Now, this is one of the ask of a company. They have a website and then they want to host it in Microsoft Azure. Now, just to give you a context at this point of time, in Microsoft Azure cloud platform, we have a multiple service where you can host your website. One is, we call it as a server, which is essentially a VM. You can hold it or store it in a storage, which is called a blob storage. You can host the website in an app service. And we also have a world where we talk about the container. You can host it in a container as well. So someone who in the role of solution design, we also called them as a solution architect. They first understand this requirement and then they have a lot of questionnaire to ask from the customer. So for an example, in generic, if I am a solution architect, I ask a questions by looking at this scenario. Hey customer, does your website is a static or dynamic? This is a very, very important question. The moment customers say that no, my website is a dynamic website, means it can keep changing. Let's say it's a dynamic. So the moment I have a clarity that the type of website which customer is looking at is a dynamic website, a storage account gone, because a storage can only host a static website. To drill down further, I as a solution architect, I may ask another questions. Do you need to control backend like an operating system? Because in a certain scenario, customer want to deploy its own antivirus. Customer want to do hardening of the service, means disable lot of services from the Windows. Customer want to control the patch management and so on. Some of the compliances require it, like PCI compliance. So in that case, customer say that yes, I need backend control. Then the app service gone, because app service do not let you control the backend OS managed by Microsoft. Maybe to do a further isolation, as a solution architect, I may ask one more question. Does your application is code base or container image base? So essentially what I am asking here, do you have a code or your whole code is encapsulated as a, you can say that DVD image? If customer give me an answer that it is a pure code base, I do not have anything called container image. My developer developed the code and it is now available to here. The container service gone. So I mean to say, someone at the top level, they make this decision what exactly needed and how they do that by something which is called asking the questions. A lot of ways. So when you if you are already in role 4305, you probably understand this one when you are in that module, but this is the same thing. Let's say for example, once that requirement is clear, means we are going to have a virtual machine. So a solution architect then do the second task. It create a complete map in the sense, okay, I am going to create a VM. Which VM? So they make decision now. In Microsoft Azure, we have something which is called as an SKU. You can think it like a pricing unit, or in a very crude language, we also call it as a family. For example, when you go to Domino, it gives you three options: a small pizza, medium pizza, large pizza, and you have to select from them. So there are many families which is available. We will discuss it very shortly, but at this point of time, they decide which family. Second, they decide what should be the VM name. Third, they decide which operating system they have, and in the operating system again there is a lot of things like a licensing and all come into the picture. Third, they decide which region this VM should be run. So once the decision has been made, they give you, they again draft something, it is called execution flow. In the execution flow, they give you a full you can say that diagrammatic view. So for an example, when I say this is a VM, and let's say in this VM we install Windows operating system. So we have a Windows operating system in this VM, and to run a website we need something called web server. So there are multiple web server available. Can any one of you, if you know the web server, can put a name there? Apache, Nginx, very good, love it. So you have, for a Linux you have a Apache, you have Nginx. In Microsoft usually we use something called Internet Information Server and so on. Tomcat, right? Tomcat, yes, yes, exactly, yeah. So top three is basically used in a Linux. Light speed also, yes, yes, sometimes we use Subham. So because it's a Windows, so we prefer to use IIS. So in this we install a web server called IIS web server. That is what we are going to install inside that. Now once IIS get installed in this VM, it will give me something which is called a virtual folder. Usually this virtual folder are located inside your default C drive with called inet pub, and within the inet pub you will have a folder called www root. Inside that folder you put all your uh, website code, like you have an HTML, you have a Java, you have a Python, whatever you have, you can just put it inside that. So I put my HTML code inside here. So it means that first we have to create a VM. Inside the VM we need to install IIS. Inside the IIS we need to put my HTML, Java, .NET, React, any application. And then this VM will also have something which is called a public IP. This public IP can be mapped with the DNS like a GoDaddy, or this public IP can be directly accessed by the user because it's a public IP, so it is accessible from outside. So any user can hit this public IP and get the website, or this public IP can be also map with DNS, and people hit the DNS name like a Microsoft.com and then can get the website. This all decision where I am as an administrator, I am nowhere. Till now, we do not have any idea what is going on outside. So remember, this is administration. Okay. Now this all has been drafted, and then you as an administrator, you come to know how. So there are many methods available. Few company will give you information via email. You get a formal email. Hey, dear administrator, this is what we have to do. This is what you have to create something, right? Yes. One formal method. So if you are very new to Microsoft Azure administration, we call it as a ticketing tool. Like ServiceNow, BMC Remedy, Jira, Salesforce, yes, Jira, Salesforce. So any one of you, if you are very, very new to this whole world, this name can be. So let's say, for example, in my company, if I have to get this job done, I will get something which is called a ticketing tool. So I will get a ticket, and that using that ticket, I will get the whole bunch of tasks to perform. So usually in the ticketing world, someone who for whom this VM is created, let's say this VM is supposed to create for my HR team. So any department like HR, or you can say sales, you can name it any, who own the server, basically they raise the ticket. Usually this ticket will come for department head for approval. And from there it is come to the FinOps team, or you can say that your accounting team, who actually create the budget, how much you can spend to in this VM, because Microsoft service is not free, it's a chargeable. So FinOps team, you can say provision budget. And this is a very dangerous part, because once you have the budget, you have to be limit inside yourself budget. Then it will finally come to the IT team. So you have an IT team manager. Now IT team manager then choose you or choose me as an administrator who's supposed to do this task. So then the ticket assigned to you. So I mean to say, if you look at that, this is a full flow how this ticket will done. I just give you a sample ticket for you to visualize how it might look like. It can be different in an actual world scenario. So for an example, here I am saying that I have a ticket number. Let's say it's related to Azure. So I have a Azure, and let's say it's for HR team. So it might be an HR and then some number. And probably here it's say that who has request by, let's say, HR manager, or the name of the people, and then the priority of the ticket. Let's say it's a high, it means it need an immediate action. And then probably inside that it will give, okay, you have to give a name, VM name. Let's say my name is Bipin, so I'm saying that Bipin HR SRV 01. You should also have a like which OS. So I'm saying that 2025, which is the latest one. And then you probably have what is the size. So number one, as per the SKU, you use the any D series machine. You have to give 2 CPU and 8 GB memory. You cannot go beyond. This is the limitation you have. And then it also decide what the username you give. So let's say HR admin, and what the password you give. Let's say, for example, password at rate 123. I mean to say, if you look at this whole ticket now, this is how its sample look like. So anyone who is first time entering into the world of Azure administration and preparing to crack the interview, remember this one, because generally interviewer know that people is come from a lot of training and they do not carry the experience. So when someone asks, can you create a VM? You say, yeah, immediately I can create a VM. And that is the time when you rejected. You do not understand. I answer correctly. Why I get rejected? Because you try to demonstrate your knowledge, and where the approach is absolutely different. So next time as an administrator, if someone asks a question, can you create a VM? You say yes. How you create a VM in your company? Do not say that, okay, I go to the portal, I do that. First you say, this is how I assign a ticket. In the ticket, everything is mentioned, and I follow the whatever is mentioned inside the ticket. In the LMS, you see on the left hand side, there is something called practice lab. Now there is a two rule. There is a two rule, because you have, please make a note of this two rule. Rule number one, whatever you create during your lab, that is chargeable. Simplilearn give $100 worth of credit to every account. So if you, once you create any service after the lab, delete it. If you do not delete it, what will happen? It will continue running in a background. You are not using it, and end of the day you consume all $100. So next day when you open a lab, it will not launch. So rule number one, after the practice, delete the lab. Rule number two, this lab is only valid for 6 hours. After 6 hours, lab will close. You have an option to relaunch the lab again. Okay, practice and delete. Okay, yeah, once you are in this, hit launch lab, please. Click launch lab while your lab going to be launched. Now remember, whether you are talking about Azure, AWS, Google, or any other public site, nowadays it is mandatory. You have to go with two-factor authentication, and there is something called authenticator app. Authenticator app, Microsoft Authenticator app. Just confirm that in your mobile you have a Microsoft. It's buffering. It might be taking time. By any chance, if you do not have Authenticator app, if you do not have, please download it from the, if you are using Android phone, from the Google Store. If you are using Mac, from the Mac Store. It's called, oh, Can you relaunch it? Anyone by any chance able to see the lab? Hmm. Yeah, just click launch lab. If you get an error, please try it again one more time. Okay. Loaded for you. No, Salman, it's for whole 10 day journey, even beyond that. Okay. Yes. So you get a username and password. This is the second screen. Now open incognito browser because you may be using your company laptop. So please everyone open incognito browser. Okay. Launch it now, incognito or private browser. If you are on a company laptop, I do suggest, strongly suggest, use the company browser and disconnect your VPN. Okay. Now go back to your browser and type portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. This is the website. Okay. You get a username. So please copy the username and paste here. You have a copy button. Yeah. You get a copy button. So copy and paste. Same way the password. Portal.azure.com. I just pasted that. Yes. So it is after the username and password, it will ask for authenticator. So click next. You must have authenticator open in your mobile. Click next. Now scan the QR code from your authenticator app and then click next. Once it is, you have to put 78. Yes, very good. And done. So please remember, if you're not able to do for any reason, no worry. We are going to do it every day. Second, this session is recorded, so you can even do it later on. Okay. So I am able to see. So in Microsoft Azure, if you have to work on any service, on the top of the bar, you have to search that service. Okay. Which service we are going to work today? Virtual machine. So type virtual and you get virtual machine. Everyone able to see virtual machine when you search? And then you get create button on the top. Hit create button. Create and you get virtual machine. Please create virtual machine. Click that. So there is a two thing which you have to remember. Something which we call subscription. Subscription is like, you can think like a department, like a sales, HR, and resource group is like a project within that department. So by default, both are already fixed when you work in this tenant. So your subscription is always Simplilearn HOL, which is called hands-on lab, and some number. And then in the resource group, drop down and you will get a default resource group which is called ODL, on demand lab. Drop down, resource group below one. Everyone able to see ODL? Yes, yes, very good, perfect. Now scroll down and it is called VM name. You all of you remember the VM name which is given in your ticket. It's your name. So start with Gayatri dash, give a dash, HR, it's, I mean to say underscore. HR, perfect. That's fine, that's fine. Just HR underscore or dash, give a dash only, dash VM01. It is called naming convention. Okay. So for example, when you work in HCL, probably the VM name there like HCL hyphen NOI means Noida, hyphen sales, hyphen VM03. So this is how generally the naming convention people follow. In our case, we use our name, then HR as a department, and then VM as a 01. Okay. Now, which reason? So this whole project we are going to execute in a West US 2. Everyone please select West US 2. West US 2. In the availability option, select no availability or no infrastructure redundancy required, the first one, because we only going to create a single VM. In the security type, drop down and select a standard. In the image, drop down and select Windows Server, the latest one, which is 2025 Azure Edition. Scroll down and look at the size. Are you everyone able to see this? And what the size it is showing now? D series 2 CPU 8 GB memory. This is what is the ticket requirement, correct? When you drop down, you can see more hundred of sizes which is available to us, correct? We will talk about the size later on, but at this point of time, as per the ticket, 2 CPU 8 GB memory, that is perfect now. Yes, go ahead and drop down below. So in the username, I usually put my username, but in a ticket it is given HR admin, right? Everyone remember? So just type HR admin and password @123. Make the P capital. PASS, capital PASSWORD @123. Same below, confirm password @123. For example, you can type PASSWORD @123. Most of the time in Microsoft it works. Yeah. Can you, any one of you, and then in the inbound port, drop down and select HTTP also, because we are going to host a website. You already have a RDP, select HTTP also. Yeah, perfect. Now go next, everyone. Please go next, which is say disk. Now scroll down. Remember, this is a very crucial point. In this tenant, only disk allow is a standard HDD. Scroll down. Drop down the OS disk. Below is say SSD. No, not here, below. And you select the third one, a standard HDD. So yes, exactly. This is very, very important. Please, everyone, disconnect your VPN, company VPN, because VPN will create a lot of problem. In a next screen, and then hit review and create. Review and create. Others, we just discuss some fundamental, okay? And now we are in a module 1, which is called virtual machine. We just starting with the lab, and then we discuss in theoretical. Click create now, and then hit create button. Not assisted practice, I'm saying we are executing the lab. Just hold for a screen for a minute. Yes. So here you just click accept. This is the Microsoft. Click accept. And congrats. How many of you are able to see this screen? Yo, that's a good one. Nice, very nice. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, now, so whatever is pop up, just cross it. And now whatever you see on the screen, it is related to Windows, but just for your, understanding, make a note. Yes, Srinivasa. Okay, make a note. For anyone who is called themselves Windows Administrator, not Azure, Windows Administrator, Microsoft has give this tool. It's called Server Manager tool. If you want, you can make a note. Server Manager tool is used by Windows Administrator to install, configure all the services like DNS, DSCP, Active Directory, web server, file server, print server through the server manager itself. Okay. So now you have a server manager and you see that it's give you something which is called configure this local server. Correct? Everyone able to see? Bread and butter. Configure this local server. Correct? So if you remember, what is our objective? Is to provide customer a server install with IIS. Correct? Web server, so that they can run their website inside that, right? This is what our objective is. So now click add role and feature. Just see if it work for you, because it's still too slow, it look like. Yeah, everyone click add role and feature. Add role and feature, and you get this wizard. Okay, hit next. Next. If you close it in the Windows, if you click the start button, can you click the start button, Neha? Click the start button on the server. So click it here and you should able to see server manager. Just confirm quickly if you are able to see it. Click and then click that add role and server. Okay, go back there. Go back to your wizard and then click next. Anyone able to see Active Directory DNS in the next screen by any chance? If you are new to IT, probably in your company, you see that you have a something called Active Directory, you have a file server, you have a print server, you have a DNS server, you have a DSCP server. So your Wintel team or Windows administration team, this is how they install and from where they install all these services. Our requirement is what? A web server. So in the same screen, when you scroll down, last third, you should able to see web server. Can you scroll down a little bit? Whatever the pop-up comes, just click add feature. Correct? Web server. Everyone say web server. IIS means Internet Information Services. All right. Get next. Install. Next. Nothing you have to
All
do.
right.
Just next. Just next. Just next. Just next. And install. Install. Okay. Anyone is a developer here by any chance? No, HTML, Java, CSS. I share one very simple, HTML file for all of you. Just open it. Right click, open with.
Open
Right
with, yeah.
click, open with Notepad. Choose another app and select Notepad. This is a very, very simple code which you have. Okay. Now, where it is written www.simplylearn.com. I think then line number 10, right? Just change it to azhar.com or any company name, Azhar, if you want to, your own company, Azhar the best.com. Perfect. That looks good to you. All right. So Control A, copy it. Go back to your server. Just see that if the installation is done. Open Server Manager. Is still going on. Okay. Okay. While I think that by this time you may have all this installation going on. Can you go to the C drive of the server? Everyone go to C drive of the server.
Open it.
Open now. And you get inet pub. You remember my diagram?
Mm-hmm.
Double click. And you get www root. All of you, can you confirm if you are able to see inet pub and www root in the server? IIS is the server, web server, others which have the engine which can compile your code, which can be HTML, Java, Python, and it will render it as an JavaScript for your browser. So you can think something like that. It is a mechanism through which you can run your website. Right click the HTML file and say open with notepad. Control A, delete everything, whatever you have in this notepad. And go back to your desktop or wherever you have saved my file, copy the whole content and paste it back here. File, save all, yes. Come back to your Azure portal. No, come back to Azure portal. Copy the public IP one more time. Paste in the browser. Remove this some word, Azure VM. Yeah, exactly. Enter. Yeah. Continue to the site. Not required edit. You directly copy and paste. That is fine. Only used to test the website. Everyone open your mobile phone in the browser, type the same IP and just confirm, are you able to see the website? It's all depend whether your IIS is perfectly installed or not. Can you go back to Azure on the VM and just to see if the IIS install?
Oh, should I click on close? Okay, all right.
Yes.
Done. Yeah.
Install for you now. Okay. Now, can you just check that whether your IP is working? Azure, go back to, I hope you open HTTP port, right? While creating a VM.
You want me to type it here or?
No. Have you opened HTTP port, Azure? Okay. Can you just go back quickly to your Azure portal?
Azure portal, right? So I'm here.
And go back to VM.
To this VM, or you want me to go to the VMs?
VM.
All right.
Click the VM. How many of you are? Okay, few of you are seeing. Okay. Click the VM. Click the VM name. Yeah. And then you have a networking. Click networking, left hand side. Network setting. I think while creating the. Okay, can you scroll down? Look at that. You have not opened RDP port, right? I think that you missed that step, Azure. Okay,
Yeah.
no worry. Can you just click create port rule on the top? Inbound port rule. And in the last where it say destination address 8080, delete that on little top. You
This
see
one, yeah.
80, delete and just make it a star.
This way, you mean?
That's yes. In the name, just give anything like demo. Below is the name. No, not here. Below. Just add, because its port is not open. Click add. Very good.
Okay.
Now go and refresh the website and again do it on a mobile phone. Yes. How many of you are able to see the on your PC? Yes. How many of you are able to see it on a mobile phone? Now, let's quickly understand few of the core concept before we close on the session here. We talked about the SKU and the family. Now, for you as an administrator, that is very important to understand that which SKU we have to select. SKU means a storage keeping unit. You can say that it is a licensing terminology. So when selecting a VM, one very important part is a purpose. Very important part is a purpose. So why you are creating a VM? What type of service you are going to install? For example, I said that in my VM, I am going to install SQL or Oracle. Means I am going to install a database. So let's say I'm going to install a SQL server. Let me ask a question to you. If you have to install a SQL, my question is, in this VM, which component use more? CPU, memory, disk, or a network? For a database, please remember this is very, very important and interesting point. So when you say that you are administrator, you also have to understand the type of application which you are planning to use. So for an example, when you say a database like a SQL, Oracle, MySQL, PostgreSQL, MySQL, usually database is a store in a disk. You have a faster CPU, very faster memory, but your disk is too slow to read the data. You are running a command, select a star from this table, and it is reading. You have a faster CPU, faster memory. Will it work? It absolutely no. So you need a virtual machine which is a storage optimized. No matter you are going to create in Google, AWS, Azure, Bamsi Cloud, or Ashok Cloud, it doesn't matter. I simply say I need a storage optimized VM. So it means that when I am going to create a VM, I need to define what type of storage exactly I want. A storage I want or VM I want. So I'll leave it as it is. I will just ask one of you to. Okay. Second, let's say in this VM, I am planning to install, you can say that something which is image processing software like a AutoCAD. Now, which component in this VM utilize more? CPU, memory, a storage, or a network? It's an image processing software. Remember, your image load in memory. So in this server, if your RAM is DDR2 and you are running Itanium processor, your image will not load. So you need memory optimized virtual machine. Let's say in this VM, I am planning to install a backup software like Net Backup. This backup take the backup of all other virtual machine running in my cloud. Which component I need, which can give me, remember backup software means this server can take backup thousands of VM running across. So which component you need faster? Network, absolutely network, because it is pulling the data through network. So you will see that I need to have a network optimized. So there are multiple series which is available in, you can say, in my Azure or all other cloud platform as well. They have a different series name, but every series dedicated to something else. For example, in Azure, we have something which is called as a B series machine. Now, whenever you see a B series machine anywhere, you understand that this B series machine is the most cheap in costing, but it is not used in production. So no production actually run the B series machine. Now for a general workload, like we are creating just a simple web server, It is running in production, but it is not utilizing any specific component. We have a D series machine. You just create D series machine if you remember, and it is for general purpose. And then you have E series machine. E series machine, which is memory optimized. So when we want to run AutoCAD, we have to take E series machine. If I want a faster CPU, we have a F series machine. That is a CPU optimized. Same way, when we want a storage optimized, we have a L series machine. We have a L series machine. So now go back and create a machine again. Do not create, just click the launch button. Yeah. Virtual machine. Yes. Virtual machine. Select the resource group. Scroll down. Scroll down. Keep scrolling down. And you now scroll down. What is scroll down? You now have see all sizes. Can you click the see all sizes? So are you able to see now we have a few series of machine which is available for you. Few are blocked by the company policy. That machine you cannot create. For example, you have you see that D series machine. You have a general purpose machine, right? This is the type. And if you click the add filter on the top, drop down. So here, let's say, for example, I want to see the type. Click type. Drop down the type. Are you able to see compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized? Everyone able to see now? Correct? So it means that when you get the instruction, which type of machine you are supposed to create, this is how you have to select it. Make sense? Make sense? Correct? So you have to select whether you like memory optimized machine, a storage optimized machine, depend on your application workload. Correct? Yeah. Stop your sharing. Thank you, Neha. So this is a day one, dear friend, and objective of day one, number one, to make you understand why you are here, what exactly an Azure administrator role look like, what is this Azure platform, why any company use Azure platform for that matter, how Microsoft organize itself in a geography, region, availability, zone, and a data center, and to give you an idea about the very first service, which virtual server. So with that, this is what we end now, and I am going to call few of you at going to be a regular part of the whole session. So today I like to start with others, with first basic understanding that what Azure administrator do, how their day look like, because understanding job role is pretty important before you even take any kind of a course, because then you prepared by yourself to be projected as an administrator. So we will take a look how the day look like following up sessions. And yesterday we understand one very important part, that as an administrator, you work within a boundary. And when we say a boundary, it means you cannot do what you want in Azure. If you work in a company, you have restrictions. You have certain procedure. So one of the way which we understand yesterday, that you get instruction via email, or in a more process oriented companies, you get instruction via ticketing tool. So few of the ticketing tool which I think that most of you listed is ServiceNow, Remedy, Jira, Salesforce, and so on. So what is my recommendation to you? You pick any tool of your choice. If you never seen that tool, no worry. Go through some of the free available videos on a YouTube just to get understanding, so that when you face an interview and when you say that, okay, I actually work as an administrator and I get an instruction through the ticketing tool, at least you have some visualization in your mind that how the ticket look like, how it get assigned to you. So essentially, in cloud world, whatever you do is not do by yourself. Most of the time, this type of requirement come from a business side, like an HR department, like a sales department, like a top management. They have certain requirement, and that requirement is come through the whole channel. For example, yesterday we understand an HR department may have a requirement of a server where they want to deploy certain application like an HRMS. So what they do? Now HR department then use the ticketing tool, create a ticket, and that ticket first come to the department head. Because remember, whatever you create in Microsoft Azure or any cloud platform for that matter, it is chargeable. So department head must have to approve the cost. And then when the department head approve the cost, it will come to the finance team. We call generally as a FinOps team, who supposed to, hey others, good, who's supposed to validate whether this server cost can be budgeted. It's not like that in our own mind, okay, I need to create a server, so we can create. In a companies, every penny when they spend, they have a budget. Okay, they have a budget. Then this come to finally the IT team. Anyone who is heading that IT team operation, they then choose you. When we say you as an administrator, this ticket is assigned to you. And this is how the sample ticket look like. Like it may have a ticket number. It may have a information who raised this ticket. It may have a information that this ticket should be treated at the high priority. And then the detail of the information, like what the VM name, which operating system, what the size, what should be the username you put, what should be the password you put. So I mean to say everything is clearly illustrated, and I as an administrator, I only have to follow that instruction. You cannot go just deviation like that, at least in the initial phases. When you become senior, when you get that experience, then probably you can take certain decision by your own, but not at the beginning level. So this flow you have to remember when you are sitting in front of an interviewer and you are claiming yourself that you are an administrator. The second very, very important part which we understand yesterday, that why customer should use Azure and why Azure boom in last 4 to 5 years. There are so many benefits of Azure. If you look at that, this is what you all describe. Azure has a cost benefit. Azure has a scalability benefit. Azure has go global benefit. So many benefits we have. So I mean to say, when you have, so even if we have so many benefit, then why customer, I can say 10 years back, not likely to use Azure? Why few customer only use Azure? So one of the reason is it's a business versus application. So the changing scenario in today's world, that it's a app driven business. You see Uber, It's a completely app driven. Netflix, app driven. Even the banks, not, you can say it's a app driven. The government, look at, if you are in India, all the services of a government is available through an app. So it's an app driven business. And if the app is down, it, it has a problem. So when we say an app, the problem with the app is, if we want to use any of the app require to subscribe. If you want to use Amazon, if you want to use Uber, if you want to use Netflix, they say that first you subscribe. And what do I mean by subscribe? I put my name, my date of birth. I put my national ID card. I use sometimes credit card, my address. This is very, very personal to me. So these company, where they store these informations. So usually they store this information in a data center. And where is this data center? Few years back, that data center is only in one country. So if it is an Indian company, usually they have a data center in India. If it is a US company, they have a data center in US. So just imagine the scenario when an Indian company go to a France, say that, okay, I want to do a business in your country. France say that, all right, so you are going to use app. I say, of course, yes. And you store information. I say, yes. Where will you store information? Of course, in India, because we are an Indian company. They say, no. What will happen if tomorrow these two countries are not in a good relationship? My citizen data is in your control and you can use it, you can misuse it. So that fear grow, and that is the reason why almost every country in the world, as small as, you can say, like any country in you can take about, which is a very smaller in size, they are not demanding that you have to now store the data in my country. So take the data center, build the data center, and we call that is data residency law. India also have now data residency law. Before that we do not have, but now we have a data residency law. And this data residency law demand that if you want to do a business in my country, store data here. And to store data here, build a data center. To build a data center, you have to invest $1 billion. You have to take a real estate. You have to secure the building. You have to hire a staff. You have to you have to purchase so many servers, network devices, huge investment. And what will happen if tomorrow my business did not fly? We go for a toss. What will I do with that investment? So that trigger adoption of Azure. So what is Azure? It's a cloud platform, just like an AWS, just like an Google. And what this cloud provider do? They divide the whole world into manageable geography, like a US, APAC, Europe, and Middle East. And we understand yesterday, this geography selection is very much depend on the political alliances, the cultural similarities within that specific region. And within that geography, they select certain region, like for an example, in APAC, it select India, no Sri Lanka for an example, no Malaysia for an example. So the selection of the region depend on lot many factors. We discuss some of the factor, like the area should not be an earthquake prone area, the area should be a coastal area, it should not be a landlocked area, and so on. And within the region, they select the cities. Like in India, they select the cities like a Mumbai, which is quite near to the coastal area. They select Chennai because it is quite close to the coastal area. And within that, they set up a data center. Now, this data center hosts million customer services. And what will happen for XYZ region if the data center is non-functional, not available, it is down? So for that matter, these cloud service provider create multiple data center within the same city, and all these data center are connected with a very fast, low latency fiber connectivity. And as a customer, now you have a choice. You can create a replica of your server in a multiple data center across the city, so that in case if one data center down, nobody, you still have an option to replicate your data to a second server, second data center. And then in the last, we understand about a different job role, like a company require to host its website on Microsoft Azure. This is the requirement of a company. So first, which role come to understand this requirement is a solution architect. Now solution architect come into the picture. They try to understand, decode this customer requirement through a lot of questionnaire, and on the basis of questionnaire, your solution architect decide whether they go with VM, storage, app, container, and so on. And after that, they draw the diagram. Generally, we call it as an HLD diagram, high level diagram. In that diagram, they select what type of SKU or size of the VM they select, which virtual machine, what should be the virtual machine name, which operating system and a build type, and which region, and so on. There is a lot of factors they decide. So yesterday we did this lab where we create a virtual machine with Windows operating system. We install IIS web server, and in the IIS web server we get a folder inetpub www root, and within that I can host all my Java, Python, .NET, whatever code. Simply we use HTML yesterday, and using the web virtual machine public IP, we get the full. Now remember, yesterday we talk about as an administrator, you when you get a request to provision a virtual machine, you need to pick the right SKU or the size. For example, a B series machine, which is cheap, but it is only for a testing workload. Any D series machine, this is just to handle a generic workload, like we create a print server, Active Directory, web server. But when we need a machine which is require too much of memory, like when we use a CAD software, then we need E series machine. When we need an application which need a very high CPU uses, like any scientific application which do a calculation or a processing in the background, you need F series machine. So I mean to say there are different series of machine we have, but this is not the end. Now, as in Microsoft Azure, when you create a VM, when you're supposed to create a VM, there are few things which you have to understand in the background. Look at that, what happened in a Microsoft data center. So in a Microsoft data center, basically they use in the background a same server, like an IBM server, Dell server, HP server, exactly same server. Now on each of the server, Microsoft install their own virtualization software called Hyper-V. So if you go to any of the Microsoft data center by any chance, you will surprised that their setup is almost just like in my own company setup. Now in this Hyper-V, they say that, okay, you want to create a VM. Now listen it very carefully. That is a very, very important part. So let's say I am one of the company called Infosys. I create a VM. So my VM will come and create on this hardware. This hardware. I'm just taking an example that let's say I am Infosys. Now let's take a second company. For an example, I am saying it might be IBM or Wipro. They create a VM. This VM is also come and sit in the same hardware. What does it mean? It means that this VM is using shared infrastructure. All right. So when I say I share a same infrastructure, means this server in the background connected with a network. Let's say they are connected with a network, same network. My traffic also go from this network. Your traffic also go from this network. Hardware is shared, network is shared. So what the Microsoft said right now, hey customer, if you host your VM on a same hardware where other customer VM is also maybe sit or hosted, I will give you cost benefit. Cost benefit in the sense, because you are sharing the same hardware and the same network. So I am going to charge your VM, just for an example, $1 per hour. So you will see a very cheap VM, because in $1 per hour you are running your workload. But few of the customer, they say no. Who is he? Sir, is Infosys. I don't know who is Infosys. What will happen through this VM, if someone run some malicious tool and it able to penetrate and enter into my VM? Is it possible? Microsoft said that I have taken all care of, but still it can be possible. Even 0.1% chance. They said I can't take. I am FBI. I am raw. I am a bank. I cannot take even a 0.1% chance that someone able to penetrate your security and enter into my VM. So your cloud provider then say that, okay, no worry, I am going to give you a separate hardware. This server is reserved for you, and we call it as a dedicated host. We say that when you have a dedicated host in this VM, in this server, only your VM can created. Only your VM can created. No other customer VM will created. How will you charge me? Then I will not charge you a VM basis. I will simply charge you a hardware basis. So let's say this whole hardware is reserved for you. You create one VM, you create no VM, you create 10 VM. It's all up to you. I am going to charge this server cost, CPU, memory, and whatever you have. So it's a dedicated node. Few customer, they do not go with shared hardware, they go with dedicated hardware. But in this case, still you have a problem, because your network is still same. Your hardware is dedicated, but when the traffic go out or in, it go with the same hard, or you can say same network switch. So few of the customer, they are very adamant. They said, no, I want everything is mine. Network is mine. No other traffic should go through that. Then the Microsoft said that, all right, in that case, I am going to give you a third option, which is called isolated. Now, in case of isolated, you get dedicated your own network. No other traffic will pass from here. It's only you. So three options. So shared infrastructure, dedicated host, and isolated. So what does it mean now? So for an example, when you create a VM, a virtual machine, like we did yesterday, let me just select we simply go to the size. Now, in the size, are you able to see the isolated size now? Yes, correct. So we have something called isolate size. Second, when you move further to the advanced section of your VM configuration, here you get something which is called as an host, and you see that it say that, hey, do you want dedicated host? Perfect. So remember, this is a very, very important part from providing what customer need. Most of the time, most of the time, we only focus on share infrastructure, but we have other two options: dedicated host, isolated host. Clear? Understand where this configuration come from? One, if you want isolated, go with the SKU. You want a dedicated, you can configure to the advanced option. Perfect. Second, few customer or few you can say that kind of a countries, we say that they have a different reservation. Like for example, US federal governments, any agency you take, they say that that's fantastic. You give me isolated. I love it. But how I can create this isolated infra? Very simple, sir. Go to portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. This portal.azure.com used by how many customer? Sir, millions in the worldwide. What will happen if someone compromise portal.azure.com itself? I do not want your portal.azure.com, which is used by millions of people. I want dedicated to me. Only we can log in, no one can. Germany, federal agencies, they say, no, I cannot use portal.azure.com because it is used by millions of people. What will happen if someone compromise your portal and they enter into your data center? China, they say, no, no portal.azure.com. So in that case, Microsoft say, okay, no worry, customer. For that, I am going to create a complete new Azure portal with dedicated data center for you. There only you can run your services, no one others, but you have to give me some business guarantee that that much utilization you will do. And this is how Azure a special region come. That is called Azure US, Azure Germany, Azure China. Look at that, very interesting one, right? So it means that when you are interacting with a different customer globally, you will see a different type of requirement coming. And you say that, hey, as of now, I only know how to create a VM. What is this dedicated host concept and isolated concept? And now what is this Azure US, Azure Germany, Azure China? So for an example, when you go to Google and just type here Azure China, we call it as a special region. This is something which is only available in China. You cannot run portal.azure.com overall. If you are in a Germany federal agencies, it is only available Azure D, that is a Germany. When you go to federal government agencies who want to run their services on Microsoft Azure, they have a totally different portal. Perfect. So I mean to say, when you understand about as an administrator, because end of the day, you are supposed to provision infrastructure. To provide infrastructure, you have to understand that what exactly the environment where I am going to work. And this is how it will work there. Now, another very, very interesting part which you have to understand is how we can provide services to Microsoft or you can say that my team, my customer, when they have something which is come as a projection. I give you one thought process. So let's say for an example, and make a note that is very, very important from your cracking the interview point of view, and also if you are already on a higher level, that let's say customer need 40 server in next 6 months for one of their site. And this is very tricky. And you are an administrator. Remember, they say that they need 40 server in next 6 months, not now, next 6 months. It is something like that. Last year, we went to Singapore as a family vacation, but much before that, almost like a 5 months before, I already reserved hotel. Why I do that? Because I know that in the last moment, if I try to reserve a hotel, maybe the hotel not available, or even if it is available, it might be under very different cost. So here you get a projection now that you need a 40 server in the next 6 months for one of the site, one of the project, and you are an administrator. Why I am emphasizing that you are an administrator? Because accessing the portal, doing the task is my responsibility. Someone can only give you direction, but they do not have a understanding how to click and where to click. So you will get an instruction, you will get a provision that, hey, administrator, please be ready. We need 40 server in next 6 months anytime. Maybe in March, maybe in April, maybe in June. Be ready. Do not come with the excuse in the last moment, sir, this cannot be happen. So one of the very important thing which you all have to understand here is when we say Microsoft Azure, AWS, Google, they build their data center. They build their data center. This is their data center. In the data center, they have a physical servers. Okay. In that physical server, they create VM. But how many server they have? Let's say, for example, Microsoft open their data center in Hyderabad, and in that Hyderabad, they started their data center with, I'm just giving a very hypothetical example of 1000 Dell server. Usually in 1000 Dell server, you can hypothetically, if you go with even the 2 GB RAM, you can create about a 10,000 VMs on all these 10,000. And remember, this data center is not exclusively for you. It's for millions of customers. So I, as a customer, who am I? Let's say I am Simplilearn. I have another customer. Let's say, for example, Infi. I have another customer, maybe XYZ. Now, Simplilearn say that, okay, hey, Microsoft, I need 10 server. Microsoft says, all right, I can give you, I have a capacity of a 10,000 server. I give you 10 server to you. Infosys, Microsoft, I need 100 server. You say, yes, I have a capacity. I can give it to you. But the problem is how many customer it can serve. So let's say, for an example, Microsoft say that a customer who want to probably come to my data center to host their service, I am going to give them number of VM which they can create, and they designed something called, just focus on what we are learning, because if you miss this one, will be difficult, right? Because you won't get all this information in any of the document or any of the lecture. Okay. So what Microsoft do now? Then Microsoft by default enable something called quota. This is default quota. And by default, the quota is you can have, let's say, for example, D series server. Every customer can create maximum 10 server. This is the default quota. You go to Azure, you go to AWS, you go to Google, they set this default quota, and you are an administrator. And what will happen if you are not aware about that? You create 1 VM, good. 2 VM, good. 7 VM, good. 9 VM, good. 10 VM, good. 11 VM, you can't create. Yeah, you can't create. Why? Because there is a quota and you are not aware. And when you are not aware, you are in trouble now. So when you go to a Microsoft and when you or go to AWS or go to Google, when you type quota, you will see there's a whole lot of quota which is available. For example, when I say how much machine I can create for, let's say, my US region, or maybe in the, you can say, Mumbai region. Now, one of the best part is when you are making or checking your quota, which is default 10, you have to increase your quota size. So you can just launch a new quota request and say that I want probably this much of quota, which will, going to give me, and quota for everything. If you look at that, quota for your server, quota for your, and you just raise one request, and you request whether accepted by Microsoft or not, it depend, no guarantee. So depend upon your customer, your agreement with Microsoft, they will give you that, okay, how much quota you can go ahead and increase. So very first thing, what you do as an administrator, request for quota increase. But as I say, increasing the quota is not a guarantee that Microsoft will give you the VM on the same cost. And why it is important now? So Microsoft said that there is a multiple way you can get my service. The popular one, we call it as an on demand price. On demand means, I'll just give you a very simple way to understand. Let's say I am creating a VM and I just go with a size here and let the pricing to be load. Everyone able to see the pricing here? Last column at my screen. Look at that. The machine which we all create yesterday is a D2SV3, which give you 2 CPU, 8 GB memory, and the cost coming around $70 per month. $70 per month. And very surprised, after 1 hour, when you again check, you might see a difference. It can be 71, it can be 69, it can be 75. It's a dynamic. Microsoft reserved the right to increase the price of their services. So, and as I said yesterday, that for Azure, everything is budgeted in the beginning of the financial year. So what will happen, even if you have a quota increase, and when you try to create machine after 6 months or within 6 months, you get totally different escalation pricing, and then your management will catch you. Dear administrator, I told you 6 months back, I need 40 server, and today you are coming back and say that yes, 40 server can be created, but price will go now double fold. So the second one, you have to, in a more sales language, we call something which is called as an monetary commitment. Even if you do not heard all this word, please make a note, because this is the real time scenario when people use this terminology. When we say a monetary commitment, it is something like that. I am, as a customer, I am giving assurance to the Microsoft. Hey Microsoft, in the next 1 year, I am going to use your service worth $1 million. When Microsoft understand that, okay, you are committing as a customer that you will use my service worth rupees 1 million. So as a gesture, I said that, okay, customer, so I am going to give you 20% discount. But remember the word commitment. That is a very important one. And when you actually into the licensing terminology of the Microsoft or AWS or Google, this carry weightage. If you miss your commitment for 1 year, next year Microsoft will give you totally different pricing. Next year only. So As a customer, it is responsibility that we have to honor the commitment, because on the basis of that commitment I get certain discount. So to have a monetary commitment, one is the license agreement. Second, again, as a technical person, you can request for reservation. So you can request for reservation of your services. This is the reservation which we say, all right, dear customer, I am going with a virtual machine, and whether I am going with a D1 series virtual machine, D series virtual machine, just give me a second. Let me to load it. Bamsi, just 1 minute. Let's say I am selecting this one as a standard B series machine for an example, and I am just making that I want 40 server for you. Whatever the price come to me, that price get lock. Even if a fluctuation come, it doesn't work. So by just selecting any of these, move forward and say that, okay, this is what I make a provision. Please remember, I'm not purchasing right now, making a provision. So second very, very important part, request for reservation. Give your monetary commitment. So requesting for a quota increase, requesting for a reservation, that is a very, very important part. All of you have to understand when you are working in a cloud as an administrator. Quota reservation for there. But we have a different scenario now. Here, what I am saying now, let's say customer need one server now and committed to use for at least 1 or 3 years. Sometimes the urgent scenario happened, right? It was not planned, but all of a sudden you have a request that, hey, can you create a server? Whether the server is temporary, means just for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 5 day, 1 week, or whether the server which you emergency provisioned is going to run for next 1 to 3 years. Landing zone others actually we discuss in AZ-305, but let me see if on a day number 4, if I can throw some light to you. Okay. Perfect. Now, so look at that. Here the scenario change. You suddenly get a request. It was not planned at all. That, hey, you have to create 1 server, 2 server, 3 server, and that server going to use for next 1 to 3 years, because it is not a part of monetary commitment. So by default, it is go on demand price. On demand price means if you create a VM today, it show you $1 for 1 hour. Tomorrow it might show you $2 for 1 hour. After 6 months, it might be $3 for 1 hour, and then you will get caught, because as an administrator, you also have to understand the budget which is allocated to your organization, your department. You cannot cross the budget. You say, what can I do? So almost every cloud service provider, they give you a fantastic option. Be it in AWS, be it in Azure, be it in Google. They say that select your size, whatever you want, and then run Azure a spot discount on the spot. So here maybe you can fix that. Okay, right now the price of my VM is going for example, $10. So I'm just giving that if it is going beyond $12, just probably evict my node so that, or just shut down my server so that I will aware that it is now going beyond. Usually when you go with the spot discount, whatever the price current now, right now, that will be locked for you. Microsoft generally honor it. honor in the sense they generally do not, even the fluctuation happen on the real price, it does not give you impact. But at the same times, Microsoft said that because you have not make it as a commitment, I honor a spot discount to you. You can enjoy your VM for the next 1 year. I try my best to give you the same discount already applicable to you. But from the Microsoft side, if let's say the price increased double fold, then I cannot honor you. Then you have a choice. Either you can make a final monetary commitment if you want to hold that price, or I will let your VM shut down. And when you start your VM, then it will be on the on demand pricing. So next thing is a spot discount. Now, be it in Azure, be it in Google, be it in AWS, it doesn't matter. Same process. Request for the quota increase, request for the reservation, understand monetary commitment, and going for urgent address of any of the server services. You as an administrator, you must understand when to use what. Sometimes you get instruction, sometimes you may not get instruction also. Since you work in a team, you can add a value. You can ask a question. Okay, you are saying that you are planning to use SAP in the next 6 months. Sir, can I increase the quota? Can I make a reservation request? Because all this is going to take a commitment value, a face value. So your action may down the reputation of a company in front of Microsoft. Hey, look, this customer, they say that they will use $1 million and they are still on 100K. Next time, this customer, I will not give any discount, no leniency. You are in problem. Now, another very, very important part which you need to understand as an administrator, how the OS license work here. So remember, this is a very, very tricky part when you are working and planning for a deployment in you can say a Microsoft world. Like for an example, I give you an idea that I already have Windows Server, let's say 2019 license, and as a company I already have 100 license. We are technically called such type of licensing as a on-prem license or on paper license. On paper license. Let's say as a company, I already have 100 Windows Server 2019 license. Now I am planning to create a VM in Microsoft Cloud. I'm talking about a cloud. Very interesting to know now. So Microsoft on the cloud, they say that you do not need a paper license. You have something which is called as a subscription based license, or we also call it as a cloud license. Remember yesterday, when we create a VM, we select Windows Server 2025 and we do not care about the license. Who is maintaining the license now? So what the Microsoft give you offer now? Okay. Do you have an existing license? Or like in our case yesterday, we do not have a license. No on-prem license. So first, let's understand this no on-prem license. When you do not have an on-prem license, Microsoft, when you create a VM, will automatically include that subscription based license for you, and you do not have to pay upfront money for your license. For example, one Windows Server 2019 license cost approximately in Indian currency like 1,25,000. 1,25,000. One Windows Server 2019 license. Microsoft said that in the cloud, I will not going to charge you 1,29,000 right now. What I will do, I will break this whole license cost and tag it with your uses. So license cost billed in per minute cost of your VM. So when you see the price, you see that this is the price 1921 hour. And let's say, for example, I select here Windows Server 2025. So it said that what type of license you have. Do you already have a license? I say, sorry, I do not have a license. So what the Microsoft do now? Then the Microsoft will add a certain more value into this price and say that, okay, now if you take only VM, I will charge you $1 because you are also asking me to provide you the license. So your per minute cost or per hour cost now going to $1.10, or in Indian currency, 1 rupees 10 paise. So you say, all right, perfect now. So you have a first choice that if you want, Microsoft will give you this license and it will build in the VM cost. You say that no, I have an existing license. So Microsoft said that your existing license will not work here because it's a paper-based license. So it gives you two choices now. It said that you can convert your license from existing license to, like a cloud-based license. And in that conversion, so I can say that on-prem to cloud license. Microsoft said that if you convert it that, I probably offer you, because you already invested into license, right? You already pay the money to Microsoft. I am going to give you, let's say, for example, 40% additional discount. You do not have to pay again 1,29,000. You just have to pay, for example, 60,000. That is fine. But once you convert your license from on-prem to the cloud, you cannot use the same license on premises again. So let's say tomorrow, if you create a VM and you try to use the same license, then it is a non-compliance. You say, can I use this license in on-premises also? It say, of course you can do that. You have a choice now. You can convert into the cloud license, or you can use dual uses right. We call it as a hybrid license. They said that I give you certain discount. So for an example, when you come to the Microsoft and you say that, hey, I give you the 49%, look at the 50% discount they are offering. So do you want to use that? If you thus, probably just collect that and you can move forward. And one of the advantage, anyone who is new to this area, that is a very important thing you have to understand. When you use any of the Microsoft product, you as a customer, you have a right. If product has a problem, you can open support case with Microsoft. So when you open a support case with Microsoft may take 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 7 days to first give you response. Not only in AWS, GCP, everywhere, 7 days, because you only purchase the product, you do not purchase the support plan. Clear? So Microsoft generally say that when you purchase a product, you can purchase a support plan with me. There's a different support plan for priority 1 support plan, priority 2 support plan. Priority 1 support plan, the moment you have a problem, Microsoft will respond you within 30 minutes. In the enterprise world, in the licensing world, they give you license Plus they also give you software assurance. License plus software assurance. So by default, software assurance, or we call it as an SA, include a lot of things, plus it include the support plan. So when you convert the license from on-premises to cloud, that support plan is also now eligible in the cloud as well. So you do not have to purchase additional support plan for the Microsoft. I hope that till now you get in depth when you are planning to. No, you cannot use same license for two places. You say that if you convert into the cloud only license, then only you can use in the cloud. If you have a hybrid one, you can use either in a cloud or on premises, but not at the both place. Is that clear? Let's focus on a scenario and then we take a lab. So this is about a very typical administration job. Remember and make a note that there is a server with 128 GB of hard disk and running some application. There is a requirement to have another hard disk of, let's say, 4 GB, where you can say that application can store their logs. So in the simple understanding of this whole problem is, there is already a VM which is running. This is a VM which is already running. This VM has one hard disk of 128 GB. Let's say I call it as an disk 1. This hard disk is mapped with your this VM, which is VM1, and this hard disk is available as an, there is a two partition. One is a C drive, you can say C drive, and it has a D drive. So they require one more hard disk. You can say it like a disk 2. Disk 2, and it should be a 4 GB disk where they are planning to store only the log file. So they want to use something like a E drive for an example, and they want to store all the logs of your application. You are an administrator, so you get a ticket as usual, a fantastic ticket. Let's say this is again used by an HR manager. This is the server, and you have a requirement to have a disk, and this disk should be a 4 GB disk. There is same process. Same process. Department head raise a ticket, go for department head to approval, come back to FinOps stream to provision the budget of additional disk, because this is cost. Once the budget provision is approved, come back to the IT manager and then the ticket assigned to you. So as an administrator, what is my first task? We will review the performance of a server. When we say performance of a server, means I will monitor CPU, memory, disk, network, all the performance. And then we conclude that this server, which is having, let's say, 2 GB, 8 GB memory and 2 CPU, need to scale. So very, very important point which you have to note here. In Microsoft Azure, as we understand, it's a series. It's a series. So when we talk about a series, you have to choose from the same series. For example, if you are in a B series already, you cannot upgrade to D series. If you are in a D series, you cannot upgrade to E series. Make a note, please. You can only scale between the different options available in the same series. B series, D series, E series, F series, within that same series. Now I am going to again start the same action, and we will see if we can how to fix that issue. So I just ask, this is the last lab of the day. Now in the click the overview of the server. Overview. Everyone go to the overview of the portal. More down and wait. You have a monitoring option on the top. Just up. Everyone is able to see that. That monitoring is free of cost. We will talk about the paid monitoring when we are in a monitoring section in the last day. Okay. So at this point of time, it say that looks fine to me. And here you get a basic dashboard. Does your VM ever restarted, shut down, not available? It say no, every time is perfect because graph is showing good. Look at the average CPU utilization. Are you able to see that it's fluctuating between some 35% to 50%? Correct? Maybe you are able to see here, it is above 90%, 95%, sometimes even touch 100%. Then it is a red flag. It means that your CPU utilization is too high on a server. And same with the disk, that whether your disk utilization is how much it is, right? You have a show more matrix. Click that, click show more matrix just below the box. Scroll down and you have a network utilization. Look at that, my dear friend. Disk utilization, memory utilization. Correct? So let's say you carefully understand, okay, the CPU utilization on a server every time going 90% and above. Then you raise a request that this server need more CPU, more memory. Now more CPU, more memory means you have to upgrade the server hardware. To upgrade a server hardware, you have to make a shut down the server. So there is a downtime. You have to take the permission from the user, from the stakeholder. There will be a downtime because we have to upgrade this server from 2 CPU to maybe 4 CPU, for an example. So let's say you already have approval of a downtime, then how you can do the resizing of a server? In the search box on the top, you just search size over the size. And in the availability and a scroll, you get a size, all of you. Okay, click the size, please. And look at that, you are already in a D series machine, correct? Which machine? 2 CPU, 8 GB memory, DSV3, that is your series name. You can upgrade it to the next series in a D series V3 only. So when you scroll it down a little bit, you get DS4V3, right? Where you have an 4 GB, 4 CPU and 16 GB memory. Of course, the costing, everything you already have approval. So when you have to upgrade it, first you have to shut down the server, then you select DS4V3, select the second one. And you just have to click the resize. Correct? and just hit the reset, because you do not have a permission to use this SKU. Otherwise, in a real world environment, you are able to resize it. Now, one very, very important part which you all have to understand as an administrator, that Microsoft provide you hundred of tools. Okay. So just remove this size option. Just go to box until yes, you have to do the shutdown. Okay. Now on the left hand side, scroll down, please. The way you shut down the server through the portal, also you overview, you get a shutdown option, or if you are already logged in on a server, click a start button, shut down. Now on the left hand side, you get operation. Everyone able to see operation? This is your lifeline as an administrator. Okay. Operation. Maybe you have to put lot of your effort to understand lot of things here. I'm just giving you the basic idea. For example, you want to do some troubleshooting, and as I said, in a production environment, you cannot take the remote control of a VM, because once you create a VM, hand over to the user change the username and password, and then you do not know that. So without logging to the VM, you can do a lot of things. For example, there is something called run command. Click the run command. And let's say, for example, I want to see what is the IP address of a server. And you have an IP config. Click, say run. Just say run. So what it does, it run the IP config inside the VM, and it will give you output here without login on a server. So there are a lot of script you can see on the left hand side. For example, if by mistake someone disable the RDP, by mistake someone disable the administrator account, lot of options, right? So now look at that, the whole IP address is coming to here. Yes, exactly. Yeah. From the console, super. And you are a champion. You can do a lot of tasks. So, and then when you have a problem, remember when you work on Microsoft Azure portal, and when you have a problem, everything you cannot do, because platform is in control of Microsoft. Yes. Yeah. So on the left hand side, if you scroll it down completely from menu side, Gayatri, scroll down, you have a help. Click help. Scroll down. And in the help, you see that there is a lot of option. For example, if you miss the username and password, you can reset the password from here. Correct? Right? You can reset the password from here for your username. If you scroll it down below, you can set support and ticketing. And this you have to remember, because many times it get asked in interview. If you have a problem which you cannot fix, what you do? You simply say, sir, then I open a support ticket. How? Last option, click support and troubleshooting. Click that. And just type, for example, VM get restarted. Say go. Click go. It says there is a lot of options. What is the issues with? I say that virtual machine running Windows. Next. Now it will automatically give you an advice. So it said that, okay, what you want, what type of issues you are facing, right? So my resource stop unexpectedly. Let's say you select the second one. Next. So it gives you a lot of, help. You just follow the screen. Second option, if you go a little bit up, you have to go scroll up. You have on the top, it automatically enable create a support request. Yes. Click that. So now you describe a problem. Go next. Yes. Go next. Click next. Next. And if you are having a premium support, the moment you open a support ticket, you will get an immediate call. Immediate call. What happened? And they will take a remote and they will do your job. So in Azure, you should not do every job by yourself. Correct? Now the last thing before we bind up. Last week, one of the user is have a problem that their virtual machine, they are not able to take control through VPN. So he has started troubleshooting. In order to troubleshoot, he mess up. Then he called me. He said, I have a problem. The VM was able to access till yesterday morning, but suddenly in the evening when I connect the VM through the VPN, it is not able to connect. I said, that's the thank you, but this is your problem or Microsoft problem? You say, maybe my problem. How can you come to know? If there is a problem at the Microsoft side and you are wasting your time in troubleshooting, yes or no? So remember, whenever your problem come in the Microsoft world, AWS world, Google world, because 90% platform managed by them, you only see console, you cannot troubleshoot every service. How can I first of all come to know that there is a problem in the Microsoft side? So go to Google, open a Google on the next side, on the next tab. Everyone, type google.com. Google.com and just type AWS, Azure, Google, whatever. Just say Azure. Azure a status. Azure, not AWS, Azure Health Associate. Just you get that. Please everyone bookmark this one. Bookmark. I see a lot of people feedback when they go for an interview. This question most of the time ask. Most of the time you get Azure status. Click that. Same way you have AWS status. Same way you have a Google status. Okay, and you get scroll down. Just click, for example, Asia Pacific. And look at that in Asia Pacific, every region is listed on the top. For example, in West India, is there any problem in Azure compute fleet? Is there any problem in, let's say, cloud service? In any problem in Azure function, it will give you the red and that yellow mark. So before you troubleshoot anything, please come here. Check that the service which you are trying to troubleshoot, is there any problem from the Microsoft side, from the AWS side, from the Google side? Do not jump on troubleshooting. Everyone make a note. Sometimes it happens, problem is not at the Microsoft end. Problem is at your own tenant end, because someone maybe do something R&D in the tenant, and because of that, some services go for a toss. So can you scroll it up? Scroll up. You go to Azure Service Health dashboard. This is your dashboard. This is not global dashboard. So it asks you to log in with your same credential for your Azure. It will only verify your tenant health status. Is there any issues? You say no issues. Is there any issues happen in the past? Go to history. Click health history. In a time range, drop down and select, let's say, last 1 year. Last one. Last, let's say, 3 months. You get the whole history. There is a problem happen. There is a problem happen in my tenant, in Simplilearn tenant, because Azure front door is not able to configure. So whenever the student try to configure Azure front door in AZ-305, it was not happening. A lot of trainer and student are scratching their head. What is happening? This is not the problem of I and you. It is a problem of Microsoft. So when you click that second one, Azure front door, this is what exactly it will give you. You can see that what the problem, you have impacted service, what is the issues update. Is that clear, every one of you? Now you feel like you are administrator, have that knowledge and experience. Yes or no? Yes, please delete everything now. Yes. So the very first, when I say I am Azure Administrator, how my day look like? It means when I report to my office at 9 a.m., what should I do first? And throughout the day, what my job, or you can say actually the task I use to perform. And that is going to be a very good understanding, and be start going to understand the job of administrator as we progress. And then remember last day, when the same question I'm going to ask as an interviewer, I definitely like to know how you are going to respond to me. Second, very, very important is know the platform. So, for example, if we are claiming ourselves as an Azure administrator, what is Azure is actually in true sense, and as a customer, what is the main trigger point to adopt Azure or any cloud platform for that matter. So all of you wonderfully explain day one why as a customer we should go for an Azure is to save cost because it work more on a OPEX model. It provide high availability business continuity. It's a pretty simple way of managing your large infrastructure, including hundred of applications and the data. The trust factor, that if I run my services and if I host my data in cloud, it would be safe. And with the single click of the button, we can provision our infrastructure in any part of the world. While these all factors are pretty well known, but it's not a real reason why any customer go for a cloud. So trigger happen when business change the way it operate. Few years back, as a business company, huge app, but not dependent on app. Even if the app is not working, still some part of the business can go on. But in today context, it's a purely app driven business, like Uber app. So if Uber app is down, nothing can be happen. So dependency on application to drive the business, this also create another type of risk. And risk is, if a company of one country expand their business in another country, and this company use app to connect with their customer, so this app demand any user who want to use my services, they have to provide their personal data while registering my service, like a name, date of birth, address, national ID card, credit card, and so on. So this create a risk if two country tomorrow go on a different, you can say, course of relationship, then it might be a chances that whatever the data is stored by this company in their own territory about the citizen of the other country can be misused. So this create a concern, and to protect the data about their own citizen, every country now come up with their own data residency law, like GDPR in Europe. So this data residency law demand that if you are a foreign entity and if you want to do the business in my country, you have to set up your application, store all your data locally. And this is going to be a big investment now, because this require we as a company to first invest $1 billion to set up a data center, get all kind of a compliance certifications. So this is how cloud service provider like Microsoft Azure come in our rescue as a business. They say that we already set up our data center in most of the critical area of the world. So you as a customer, you became my tenant. use my data center to run your application and store your data, and you just pay me what you are using. You do not have to pay the whole data center setup charges. So with help of geography, region, availability zone, and a data center, this service provider provide me all kind of an scalability, redundancy, security without investing a single penny from my pocket. It's like a win-win situation. Be as a customer, I want to go to a different country. All right, you already have a data center. Run your application from there, host your data there. If your business flourishes, you can expand that services. If business probably do not give you the kind of return which you are looking for, simply wrap up. So data residency law is one of the trigger point which help widely adoption or wide adoption of Microsoft Azure. Second, as a customer or as a administrator, what is my job? My job is to fulfill the requirement of companies or team if they need services in Microsoft Azure. So for an example, in this case, we discuss one of the customer want to host its website on Microsoft Azure. So they need a service. Now in Microsoft Azure, we can provide virtual server, we can provide a storage, we can provide app service, we can provide container service, all capable of running a website. So which service going to be the best suited? So this is how one of the role called solution architect come into the picture. And the solution architect then ask certain questionnaire in order to decide which service going to fit here. And let's say, for example, this solution architect ask a question like, hey, does your website is a static or a dynamic? Means does your code continuously change? If answer is it's a dynamic, we can simply take the storage out because storage only support a static website. When we ask another question that whether you need a backend operating system control, probably many company want to install their own antivirus. They want to implement certain security measures. We also call it a hardening of the operating system. If that is the case, then app service gone, because app service do not let you to manage operating system. And then to filter out whether we need a VM or container, maybe as a solution architect, we ask another question. Does your application is code base or you already package your application as a container image? When that is say code base, container gone and the virtual machine come into the picture. So then the solution architect take another step. They design the whole flow along with what should be the VM name, what should be the VM IP, which service to be installed, and how the whole end-to-end workflow look like. And once that is decided, then someone will raise a ticket, and that ticket will go through the all approval process assigned to you. And this is how a sample ticket look like. So now once you have a ticket, then your job start. Before the ticket come to you, what is discussed at the upper level, probably we do not have a clue until and unless you became a senior and you also involved into that discussion. So once the ticket start, now we can log into the portal, create our service and so on. Sometimes in a ticket, you may mention or you may get something like use this SKU. So what is the SKU? You have to know to choose the right series. So it means that when any service, it's not only virtual machine, any service in Microsoft, when you are planning to use, you need to understand which type of a specific service we should select when you are creating that. So in case of virtual server, there are different series. Each series serve a specific purpose. For example, if we are planning to deploy an application which require a huge memory, we should go with E-series machine. Second, sometimes we also need to pre-provision infrastructure, maybe for my future project requirement. Like in this case, a customer say, I need 40 server in next 6 months, not today, after 6 months. So as an administrator, first we already raise a request to Microsoft to allocate a quota of 40 server of a particular series, and then to lock the price, you raise the reservation request. And the last thing which we have to understand, because Microsoft Azure cloud is actually extension of on premises. So it means that before cloud, as a customer, we already use Microsoft services like a Windows server, like a SQL server. So it means that we already have a license. So how these license can be used when we move to the cloud? Because cloud say it's a cloud based or subscription based license. On premises say it's a paper based license. So understanding whether we are going to use existing license or we are going to use a new license, or are we planning to convert license from one type to another type. And this is how we do some typical administrator tasks, like add a new hard disk to my existing server, troubleshoot issues like if someone complain server is running slow, and so on. So this is the crux of what we explore, understand together in last two classes. As an administrator, remember the role change, the same Azure service, the way we manage, the way we understand will change. But at this point of time, since we are in the role of administrator, this is what we have. Now I give you my own journey of last 30 years as an IT. What make me or what helped me to grow faster than many other people, other colleagues with whom I work. So in the very beginning of my career, it's almost like a, you can say 7 month, when I joined one of the company as an engineer, or you can say junior engineer, even you can say trainee engineer, because this is my first job. There is one of a team lead who is a very good as a person, and also he, you can say that he has a very depth understanding of IT world. He give me two advice. Okay, first advice, Bipin, if you want to become indispensable in an organization, means even if the downtown come, even if the recession come, even if everyone fired from your team, your job is still remains safe. Just master two technology. One is storage. Second is network. One is storage, second is network. He gave me this advice. I don't know why, but he said that if you really want to grow faster than all other people, learn these two technology. And this is quite an interesting one, because I used to see at that point of time that when someone who is having a storage background, they always invite in every type of meeting. I wonder what these storage people have to do with this type of meeting. Cloud security, cloud was not there at that point. So, but anyhow, I am a good follower. So I follow his advice. I captured a storage in and out. In and out means even if my job is not job, my job do not require to be a storage person. I'm just a junior engineer, right? So my job is to my job is to only go and fix some laptop and something. This is my job. But that person, I start understanding, learning, exploring storage. I start making friend to the people who work in a storage and a network. And within 1 year, this actually pay a very good, you can say, return to me. Because in one of the project, Haraji, it's a topic wise only. Today is a storage. So one of the project discussion, they need one person who manage a storage or provision a storage. I raise my hand, and that is the first project which I do. And now I reach to this particular level where, Smriti, this is the topic. You see that? I think you missed the week 1, right? So we are in a week 2, and what we are going to do? So when we talk about a storage, just understand its importance. Just name one application where you want to see the storage. For example, I watch Netflix. Let's say I watch Netflix as a movie. Now, this Netflix is a front end, means I have to click any movie name. But there is not one movie, there is no two movie, there is no three movie. Storage include everything, Grogri. Okay, a storage include everything. It's a big branch. Yeah, but in a 104, it's only Azure storage. So where this Netflix store the whole data, it store in a storage. So if there is no cloud storage, no Netflix. And likewise that you take any application, your Facebook, your Uber, your Aadhaar card, you take any application, you found this application actually in the backend huge storage. The Zoom, I and you all are connected on a Zoom. Recording going on. Where the recording save? Where the recording of a Zoom save? Simple. So if there is no storage, can you imagine the Zoom now? Yes or no? This is absolutely no. So it means a storage as a service power application today. So if you remember, go back on a top, and when we talk about it's a app driven business, let's take a new understanding now today. It's a data driven app. So today world is app driven, and the app drive through data. So when we talk about data, it's a tons of data. It's not about 1 GB, 2 GB, 1 TB. It can be go to the petabyte of the data. So where I am going to store my data, if I want to use cloud. So this is how Microsoft or any cloud service provider will provide you the storage service in the cloud, and this storage service in Microsoft Azure world, we call it as an Azure storage very powerful service. Now remember one more thing, when it is you can say pretty advanced at this level. So any service, any solutions, if we use to create or work on Microsoft Azure, it must match certain parameter. And what is the parameter? Cost. So if service which you provide or provision or create in a storage or in cloud, it must match the costing parameter of the customer. Second, performance. Whatever service we are going to create in cloud, we as a user, when we use it, we should feel that it should run fast. Third, we call it as a redundancy, or you call it simply as a high availability. The service which we are going to create in the cloud, in case of a downtime, I am still able to have my service or data. Third or fourth, operation. Whatever service we are going to provide or create in cloud, that should easy to operate. We should not provision in such a way that only I can manage, no one else able to manage it the way it should be. And the last is security. 5 parameters, 5 rules. So going forward, maybe I'm talking about when you are actually now progressing in your cloud understanding, these 5 will be a base for further, you can say, expansion of your understanding and knowledge in the cloud, and it has a lot of meaning. In generic, every cloud, this is the 5 parameter. Everybody go back to and type here Microsoft Azure best practice. Framework. Everyone able to see? Well architected framework. AWS well architected framework. Google well architected framework. So when you click that, these are the 5 parameters, right? Cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, and performance. Make a note, because going forward, this is going to be your main talking point. Yeah, remember everyone? Yes. So this is the well architected framework. Make a note, bookmark this URL. As you progress, you are going to understand that. So let's come back to the topic now. So when we say I am going to create an Azure storage in Microsoft Cloud, first is a cost. So we can create Azure storage in a 2 way. I want high performance. What do you mean by high performance? When I save data in my Azure storage, it should save like a Zoom. And when I read data from Azure storage, it should be read like a Zoom. IO, correct, Vamsi? So if you want an average performance, you can create a standard storage service. So when we say a standard, its price is lower, performance is just an okay. So what is the first thing? If customer is more worried about cost, go with the standard. If customer say cost probably is not a challenge for me, but I want a performance where if I save the data, if my application save the data, it should save just like Zoom, no waiting. Then you go for premium performance. Premium performance, premium storage is costlier than the standard storage, but it gives you tremendous speed power. Which 2 parameter? Cost and performance. Third is a high availability. Now let's say, for an example, I am a customer and I store my data. Let's say it's a SQL data, it's my file data. So for an example, in Microsoft Data Center, I save my data as a file in this particular data center. So end of the day, where this file going to save? In a storage. Now what is a storage? It's just like a disk. So if you go back to Google, and probably you can list out the all the known name you have, like an IBM a storage, like a Dell a storage, like a HP a storage, correct? So in the backend of the Microsoft, they have a storage. For an example, I'm just giving an example here. It might be an HP storage. So your file will come and stay in this storage within a data center, Cisco storage, right? But remember, this storage is a hardware. What will happen if a storage has a problem? Its hard disk fail, your data go. Now you go to Microsoft. Hey Microsoft, I store my data in your cloud, and now today you are saying that, hey, the backend storage is crash, so your data also gone. Is it good or bad? But what the Microsoft will do, right, Aparo? So Microsoft say that, hey, a storage is hardware, it can be fail. So to cover the risk, now listen it very carefully. To cover the risk, Microsoft actually copy your data by default to 3 different storage. So the moment you save the file, your file is saved in a storage, then immediately it copy to another additional storage in the same data center, just to cover hardware failure. Perfect. And this is called local replication storage. So number one, first you have to decide a standard or a premium. Second, you have to decide multiple high availability options. By default, LRS. In LRS, how many storage where your data save in a single data center? 3. So 3 copy of your data in 3 different storage in same data center. Perfect. Now customer may have a further reservation. What will happen if this data center is crash? So if you remember, we talk about in the beginning that in a specific region there is not a one data center. So if I say, for example, Mumbai or a West US, there is a group of data center. No, we are talking about high availability. Kamal, we have a 3 data center, right? And what is the option of 3 data center? It's called availability zone. So as a customer, we have an option to replicate my data from one data center to another data center within the same. Topic is cost. I think you disconnect in between, right? Cost is a standard or premium. This is not cost. This is high availability. So what the Microsoft is now, not any disaster. So what Microsoft give you an option? They say that I have a 1 data center, 2 data center, 3 data center. All are part of same availability zone within the region. So what it does now, it is going to say that, okay, your 1 copy will save in your main data center. I will automatically replicate this to another data center, and I will also replicate it to another data center. So what does it mean now? 3 copy in 3 different storage in 3 different data center in same availability zone. And what this option is called? Zonal redundant storage. But remember, it is a cost. Why it is a cost? Because then Microsoft now charge you replication of your data from one data center to another data center. Okay, but as a customer, you can have a peace of mind that if something goes wrong in one data center, at least my data is still accessible, save in a second data center. Let's say customer have a further reservations, right? Customer say what will happen if the whole region offline, any scenario come, war happen and data center probably destroyed. So then Microsoft give you a final option in cloud world. Okay, in cloud world, Microsoft have, or you can say AWS have or Google have one default redundancy. Redundancy in the sense that when we discuss the option where we have a, let's say in India, in Mumbai is a region, and in Mumbai as a region we have a 3 data center. But in the same region we have another data center, let's say in Hyderabad. So what generally cloud provider does, it create a kind of a buddy. So it say that your Mumbai is buddy of Hyderabad. So it means that some data can be replicated from Mumbai to Hyderabad and there is no compliance issues. Same way, if you have a data in East US, it can replicate to the West US without making any compromise in compliance. Compliance in the sense where the data should be stored as a data residency. And that is called a paired region. Everyone please go back and type Azure paired region, Google paired region, AWS paired region, and this is how and you get a full set of Azure pair region. This is very worth to know. So take all your country wherever you are and just found where the data will replicate. So for an example, when we say that my primary region is East US, a data will be replicated to a West US without any challenge to the compliance, without any violation to the compliance. But from, let's say, East US to France, it will be a compliance problem. Correct? So Microsoft now give you another option that, okay, customer, no worry, I understand your concern. So maybe you can say that in one data center, let's say for an example, this is a East US data center. East US data center. The data will replicate to a West US data center. So two different region, which is a paired region, will replicate its data and what we call so if you look at the whole picture as a part of your storage provisioning, first you decide from the cost perspective, you are going with cost and performance perspective, you are going to a standard and a premium. Standard is a cheaper, premium is a higher cost, because in premium you will get an SSD, and in a standard generally you get magnetic disk. When you talk about high availability, it has a three option: LRS, ZRS, and a GRS. So GZRS is nothing, it's a GRS only. It say that in a state of a one data center within that East US, you now have a three data center in the East US, where in every data center within the zone it will be replicated. Geo redundancy. ZRS is zonal redundancy. Now let's understand different type of storage available when we going to create Azure a storage account. So very first, one of the storage service which is available, we call this service a blob storage. So what does it means now? For example, when I create any file in my, you can say, in my laptop, this is my laptop. Let's say this is one of the file. When I click the property of the file in my local system, you should able to see it show location, size, when it is created, and many other attributes. But if I have to share this file with you, there is no direct way, right? Same file, when I upload it in blob storage, same file which is in your laptop, if the same file I store it in a blob storage, it, you will see it has a same attribute like the type of the file, size of the file, plus one unique attribute, and that is URL. So any file when it is uploaded in a blob storage, it is also now give me an URL, just like we upload it in OneDrive, in Google Drive, and I have an URL, and that URL I can share with anyone in the world, and when they click that URL, the file will get downloaded in their local system. So the first thing first, when any file uploaded in the blob storage or blob container, it get another attribute called URL, and this a specific file in a Microsoft technical language, we call it a blob. File called referred as a blob. When I upload the same file inside my blob container, and it has now unique attribute, one of the unique attribute is the URL. Another very interesting part, let's say I give you one simple language. I have a file, single file, which is 1 GB file. Let's say it's a movie file. Can you store this file in your local laptop? One single file of 100 GB, one single file. Let's say you have a movie, you have a very large image. Can you store in your local hard disk? Yes or no? Answer is flat no, big no. You can't store. You can't store a single file. Yes. Most of the hard disks will allow you to store a file maximum up to 64 GB. And even the older hard disks, like magnetic hard disk, the limit is even lower. You cannot go beyond 32 GB. But when I use a blob storage, one single file, which can be as big as, let's say, 500 GB, it can store without any problem. So it's a very large file, very large file we can store in a blob. And that is the reason why, let's say you work in a NASA or ISRO, they take a picture from satellite, and you know that what is the size of that file. Any one of you, if you work in ISRO, or maybe you have a chance to work closely with the NASA, one single file will go up to 700 GB, 800 GB, high resolution file. Okay, that file you cannot store in your laptop because your laptop doesn't support such a big file. So you need a storage which will can store one single file with such a large, you can say, size. This is how it store your blob able to store the data, large data, because internally it store everything in a binary format, like 1010 format. And it's track and sectors, if you understand hard disk, is able to accommodate such a large number of binary inside that storage system. So that is the reason why it's called blob. Blob means binary large object. Binary and SharePoint in the background use blob only. When we use blob, when you want to store unlimited data and very large size of file. Very large size of file. Now another very interesting one, that when we work in a companies, okay, work in a companies, you probably notice that you have something like a jet drive as a network drive. Any one of you, if you are using official laptop, have you seen something like a jet drive, wide drive in your laptop? So what does it means now? It means that in offices, in companies, usually there is something which is called as an file server. In this file server, we create a folder for every of the user. Let's say this is a folder, for example, for one of the user. This is a folder for second user. This is a folder for third user. And each folder we apply a limit as per generally the user, what type of job they do. So I can say that sometimes you see the limit like a 500 GB, 200 GB. Some higher profile user may have a 1 GB. I mean to say, sorry, 5 GB or 500 MB, 1 GB. Some very, very high senior user, you have something like a 2 GB for an example. So what we as a user do, we have our laptop, and in this laptop, let's say I log in with my user account. So this folder is map with my my laptop as a drive later. So for example, I can say it's available to me as a jet drive, but this is my jet drive. Another user, when they log in on their laptop, they again see the Z drive, but probably this will map this particular folder. What does it means now? Whatever we save in this Z drive, not in a C drive, it is going to save in a server, and that server is called file server. How much data you can save? Up to 500 MB. So usually in a companies, we used to save our critical data not in a laptop, because laptop can crash, can be stolen. So to protect my data, I usually used to save in my file server as a data drive. Now remember, here you have a limitation, right? Just like a general GC drive, a limitation. Then they cannot. It will, for example, if your hard disk is only 100 GB, you can't go beyond. You have to delete the file, or you can make a request to the administrator to increase the size. So another service which they provide inside my, you can call it Bouncy. Yes, you can call it. No, Google Drive is blob sack. So in a Google Drive, you can store a large amount of data, one single file. Okay. So now we have something which is called as a file share. Second service is called Azure file share. All this within the same storage account. SAN storage. You can also consider NAS, but to be very precise, Amit, blob is a replacement of SAN. NAS can also be fall into the same category. So this is a file server where you can create a folder for each user and assign a limit. Used to store limited amount of data as per quota, like 1 GB per user. So in a blob, you can store unlimited data. There is no restriction. When you create a file share, you have to define a restriction, like each user can store up to maximum 1 GB user wise. Yeah, limits to the file. Third one, and that is very interesting one. Usually in a application world scenario, we have something which is called as a front end, and then we have a back end. Do not worry if you are not a developer. Front end means through which we as a user can do something. For an example, I'm not sure how many of you experience till 6 years back. I'm talking about like a 1998. Any user, when they use IRCTC website, IRCTC, which is a train booking website, they experience that many type when you log in on a IRCTC, you are not able to search train, book train. Sometimes it happens, even if we book the train, we book the seat, we make the payment, and for XYZ reason, my internet fluctuate, or sometimes we get a very scary message that your transactions is fail and payment has been deducted. How many of you face this scenario? Your payment deducted and backend say, I haven't received your payment. Many times. Very common. Yeah, very common, right? So what was the problem? Problem is, this is just a front end. Front end means it simply take your request and send back to the processing. So CPU utilization and memory utilization of a front end server is always okay. but processing need to done by the backend service. Now backend service to process request, it use CPU, memory, disk and network. And the moment it start receiving 100 or 1000 of requests at the same time, its CPU utilization, memory utilization suddenly go more than 100% and it crashes. Even if you add more CPU, more memory, doesn't make sense, because every time the moment the limit cross, it crash. Now it is not happening now. Why? Because now in between the front end and the back end, we introduce a very unique storage. What that this storage does? So let's say I as a customer, I make some transaction. So this is my transaction one. Instead of going to the backend directly, it will come and sit in this storage. Now this storage doesn't have a CPU, no memory. It is simple storage. So second customer, they create second transaction. Third customer, they create all transaction come and sit here. And your backend, as and when it free, it will pull the transactions one by one, execute it, again pull, execute it. So this temporary storage, we call it as a queue storage, cache storage, correct? So the third storage which provide by Microsoft Azure storage service is queue storage. It store transaction data for temporary period of time. And you take any example, Amazon.com, make my trip, you just take any example. Front end, back end, you have a storage in between. And the last storage, for an example, many people say that I have data in my Excel. So I want to, store the data probably in some kind of a table. So they say that the way I store the data in a table, I can also want to store the data in Microsoft Azure as a table, but I do not want to use SQL and I want to run the query against my data. So same tabular data from my Excel, I want to store it into Microsoft Azure. So if you have uh, your Excel and professional version, you can also store your data into something which is called as an Azure table storage. From your Excel to Azure table storage, and from Azure table storage to inside the Excel. This option is available in all MS Office, Professional and Enterprise. So the another storage which they provide is table storage. What it does? It store, you can say, Excel CSV data in tabular format and can be queried with SQL language. So how many storage it provide by default out of the box? Blob, file share, a storage queue, and Azure table. Blob, file share. Another very interesting part, when you create any of these, let's say you are going to create a blob storage, and you store your data. So whenever you store your data, you get a URL. So it said that one in the top, you can protect your complete storage account. In the storage account, you may have a 10 blob storage, 5 file share, 10 queue, 100 maybe a table storage. So say that one which I already give you protection at the higher level, at the storage level. Second, you can also protect your individual storage service like a blob container, for an example, that how it can be accessed from your, you can say, Explorer or SDK. One is, of course, you have a storage queue, which is a top level. You only have that blob storage queue. So that key you should have. But even if the key say you have a full right, maybe I can restrict that this container you cannot access. So there is a 3 way to implement security on your individual blob storage. One which is say private. One is say private. If you set your storage as a private, only you can access, no one else. Where you want to store, where you want to set this access security on your individual blob service. A BAMSI, it you define how long. You can define minute basis, you can define hour basis, you can define for a days also. Okay, so it's a configurable how much you want. So one is access security is a private. Private means only you can access. Second, I can give it on a blob. If you set your blob storage or blob container access security as a blob, only file can be accessed from outside. People, if they have a URL, they can hit your URL of your file and the file can be accessible. But you cannot access a storage. So individual file you can define, it can be accessible from outside or not. Third is the most dangerous one. It's say on whole container. If it is on a whole container, that anything inside this container is accessible. So 3 level. Which one? Private, only you can access. Blob, individual file can be accessed from outside. Container, everything within the container, whatever you store, that can be accessible from outside. And now we are start getting a ticket. Ticket number 1. I have a file and that file get deleted. Please recover my file. What I say? Please recover my file. Second is a more interesting one. I have a blob container, and that container get deleted during some operation by developer. So developer runs some code and the container itself gone. Please recover my container. So if you look this two simple ask, two things which this ticket come. One, you say that by mistake I deleted my file. Please help me to recover my file. Someone is more unique. They say that we are developing an application and I write a .NET or Java code, and through the code by mistake one I delete the whole container itself. Third ticket is a rather unique one. I get huge, you can say, bill from Microsoft for the uses of blob service. Please help to reduce the cost of storing my data. So someone create a blob storage and they say that I get a huge bill. Please help me to reduce the cost of storing my data, because I need to store the data. But Microsoft send me a huge bill, 10 lakhs. Help me to recover or help me to fix the issues which probably forcing my data to go out. Another one, a requirement come from my compliance team. There is a planned audit by a Deloitte team. You know, Deloitte EY, they are an audit team, right? I want no one should able to modify any file and delete any file from container during period of audit. So there is a different type of, the team which come, different type of requests which come to you. None of the request related to creating a service. That is a one-time job. It's there. And what is my day-to-day job now? I get request from a different department, and now we have to fix their issues, fix their pain area as an administrator. So we are going to see these four first and then other in a second half. So both the feature, which options we use, retention under data protection. Retention under data protection. So once you done these two tasks, what the user will do? Yes or no? So this is a very unique requirement. is say that I get a huge bill from Microsoft, from AWS. So yesterday, if you remember, I say in the background, Microsoft use Microsoft use same IBM storage which we see day in day out in our office, same HP storage, same Dell storage. So this is same storage, but there is a difference. So if you go to market and if you say that, hey, I want a disk hard disk of 500 GB, you may be charged, let's say for an example, $1,000. Now same hard disk, when I purchase it, coming at the cost of $4,500. No, it will not increase the cost. So why the difference is same 500 GB hard disk. When you purchase, it says $1,000. When I purchase, it says $4,500, almost like a 4 times higher. So probably you purchase a hard disk of a 500 GB, which is magnetic hard disk. I'm not sure if you ever see a hard disk in the desktop which is coming in this look. Have you ever seen this type of disk? HDD. Nowadays you have a modern days, right? Correct. So if you see a magnetic hard disk, it will store 500 GB of data, but when you save the data, when you read the data, it will take time. Larger the file, the larger the time. Sometime when you click save, let's say if you have a huge file and when you click save, you have a tea, coffee till the time you finish, then only it will save. And in a modern days, you have SSD disk. Correct? Same 500 GB. What is the difference? When you save, it will save like a zoom. Now again, when I go back, someone is even in the magnetic disks, you may get another hard disk of a magnetic disk, let's say for example $500 only, because magnetic disk is also come with a different speed, and in a technical word we call it as an RPM, how long the head able to search, track and sectors. So if you save the data into a hard disk which is coming in a $500, literally you can click save, have your snacks, come back, and then it will take time to save. So what the Microsoft, AWS and Azure do, they give you a 3 different type of storages. One, this magnetic disk $500, $1,000, one $4,500. These two probably belong to magnetic disk. This is going to be SSD disk. And along with that, they also have a network. Network means they have a switches, routers, wire. So each of them connected with their own network. And this is very interesting one. How many of you know that the wire which connect your local network, the wire is coming in a different speed? Like cat 5. So if you do a cat 5, if you do a cat 6, speed will change dramatically. Correct? So cat 5 cable probably give you 100 Mbps. Cat 6 cable will give you 1000 Mbps. Cat 3 cable might give you like a 10 Mbps. So Microsoft, AWS, Google, even in our own data center, we may have a varying degree of network. So I'm just giving an example. Let's say this storage LAN speed is only 1 Mbps. This LAN speed might be a 10 Mbps. And this LAN speed might be 1000 Mbps. Because storage also have a card, LAN card. So what is happened now? When you save your file here, when you save your file here in this, and when you download, let's say this file is 1 GB file, how long it will take to download? It is 1 GB file. How long ideally it should take to download? Do a small math. One second, because you already have 1000 Mbps. But when you put the same file here, 1 GB, and you have a 10 Mbps, how long you are going to download? Maybe 1 hour? 1 hour? Now, same file, if you put it here, 1 GB, how will it take to download? 1 day, even sometimes it go beyond. So Microsoft say that, or Google say that, or AWS say that, if you save your data here, per GB, I am going to charge you, I'm just giving a figure, do not take it as it is. Let's say $10, 1 GB, $10. When you save file in this storage. But when you save the file in this storage, I am going to charge you only $5 per GB. And when you save the file here, I am going to only charge you $1. Correct? So as a customer, you need to understand there are different storage classes. Different storage classes. And you have to use these different storage for your different data. Now the data which is you are currently using for your business, for example, when you enroll in Simplilearn, your data is current data because this is going on. So definitely your information must be saved here, because anytime we need this data, we need to update this data and so on. But how long? Let's say for if this batch going to finish in 1 quarter, 3 months. After 3 months, we hardly need this data only for some analysis purpose. We may need sometimes in a year, but not every time. So this data ideally move to from this storage system to that storage system, because this data I am not going to use daily. Once in a year, probably just for some analysis, I am going to now need this data. So even if I am able to download it slowly, that is okay because it's not an emergency for me. But what I am going to do, I am going to save huge cost. Now, after the complete one financial year, this data is totally absolute for me. But I still have to put it as a record, so that in case if my board member want to know, okay, how many enrollment has been happened last 5 years back, I am still able to get the data. So we should move the data here, because this data we hardly use, we do not need, but I have to keep it as a record, let's say for another 7 year, 8 year, 9 year, whatever the period we want, but I want to put it as a record, and I'm just paying a cheap price. So just imagine in 30 years of my career, how much data I have. Tons of data. I do not need, if someone asks me, hey Bipin, when you work in that company, you send me one email, can you give me that email? I say, yes, I can give you, because I have that data preserved with me. So where I store? Usually into this storage. So in a short and summary, any data which is frequent access, any data which you frequent access, we should consider it as a hot data, and that hot data should be a store into a storage which is designed to provide me a faster speed. But when we have an infrequent access data which we hardly access every day, but we may access in that financial year, we should go with the cold data. And when the data which is not running my business at all, but I have to keep it as a record, we can call it as an archive access of the data. We should put it in a archive storage. Now, another very important part which you have to remember, whenever you need to move the data and you are an administrator, so every day, I'm just giving a ballpark figure, every day 1000 file uploaded, 1000 file uploaded every day in a company. So in a 1 month, ideally, if you leave the Saturday and Sunday, you at least have a 24,000 file. And in a 3 months, it's became more. So out of, let's say, every 3 months, when the quarter complete, the data is now need to move to the infrequent access. How you are going to define? Because if you go file by file, it will eat your whole day. So another way of managing the movement of data from hot to cold on archive is to create some kind of an automatic rule. Some kind of an, when you create the storage, it asks. So it means that when you are going to create the storage account, when you create a storage account, let's say I just give to the next. Are you able to see now by default? So it means that by default it should be hot, because in the storage account you need to upload the data which is current, and later you move to the cool or the cold or archivist. So during creation also. Yeah, I was talking about the automatic rule. Now rule you can apply on the whole container, whole container. So technically, if you speak, when you create a blob storage, let's say you are going to create a storage. It's actually going for, like, you can store any amount of data in this particular storage. So you do not select disk size, not like a VM. You do not select size. You only select tier, hot, cold, or stew. Yeah. So the first rule is move all data from container from container to hot. All data will be moved to hot, let's say after 90 days. So it will move all file. So in regardless, all file which have time stamp of 90 days move. Second, move only the file which has, let's say, prefix. For example, in Simplilearn, whenever we create any file, we use the word like a SL. For example, if it is a US region, SL US, and then the file name, for example, invoice. So using the SL US, SL India, SL EU, we can move the cold storage after, let's say, 90 days. So depend how you want to configure it. Cold means where you are going to store the data, and that data will use the magnetic disk based storage. So your price will be cheaper, but when you try to download, it will be taken hours because speed of your storage and your network is slow. But in archive, you get a very cheaper hard disk and very, the low bandwidth network. So when you try to download, it will be very, very small. So now we are going to do this automatic rule in our lab. So what happened in audit? Remember, during the time of audit, usually we should not, as a common user, remove any data, modify any data. It is a general, okay? Because as an auditor, if you come and you see that some data deleted, because you see the log file also, right? In a log, it say some data deleted. Then auditor will ask a question, what is in that data? You have to reproduce the data to him. If not, they will fail in the audit. They will put a question mark. There is a suspicious activity happen when we are doing an audit. So if in a companies, if they are doing an ISO audit, PCI audit, GIS audit, usually user are not allowed to remove any data, any email which probably mark as a suspicion by the auditor. They do not going to listen anything. The moment they see the activity, they mark it as a suspicious activity. So this is how this customer say that I have a planned activity of an audit. Auditor is going to come now. And when auditor is going to come, you have to make any data which are in database like a SQL and Oracle, in email like in your Outlook, or like in Azure storage account. We call such period or such type of system where data get locked is immutable storage. And this is a big exercise. Now, when you have an immutable storage, if you want to make your storage as a, it cannot be, transferred. So almost every system in the world, including SAP, including SQL, Oracle, including any storage, Dell, HP, including any email system like a Microsoft Exchange or Outlook or any cloud storage, there is a one common feature everyone has, and that common feature is called legal hold. How many of you heard this word before? If it is a new terminology to any one of you, make a note, because this is something which happen in most of the data related service. It can be anything. SharePoint also, you have a legal hold. So when we see a legal hold, here a storage get locked for any update, delete of existing file. You can still upload new data, but you cannot change the data. You cannot delete the data. But the most important part, legal hold, once you place the legal hold, until and unless you do not remove the legal hold, this will continue. So it remains apply till manually remove. So when we apply legal hold, when we do not know how long that audit going to be, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 7 days, 8 days, 9 days. But let's say for an example, I know, it is same. It is same. Litigation hold, it is also called litigation hold. Second, when we know the timing, that audit is going to happen only for 3 days, 4 days, when we exactly know how long we have to put that a specific lock, we call it as a time base retention. Same, a storage get locked for any update, delete of existing data, but it will remains apply till number of days defined. So here you have an option to define, okay, audit is going for next 3 days. So we are going to apply it for 3 days. Perfect. So two terminology, when we want to protect my storage from any accidental, intentional modification or deleting of the existing data, you can put a legal hold. You can also put time based retention. Okay. I stop my sharing now, and I hope you now able to catch. It is just an invalid. It will still there, but it is just invalid. It can possible, but the log will tell who has modified, and then it will be a problem for that person. Correct? Because whatever you do in the Azure, everything is get recorded. Okay. Now we have a unique requirement from a customer, and that is very interesting one. A customer say, I all have a blob storage. Let's say in East US. In this blob storage, people upload the file. So people upload a lot of data. Now we are a very high compliance company, and let's say for example we are following ISO compliance or we are following PCI compliance. So my auditor or my compliance team, they want whatever file is uploaded, that file should have a copy in another blob container, which might be in a different region or a same region, whatever you like. It said that it should be one-way copy, means from here the data should replicate to the second one. And maybe on the second storage, I already put a legal hold and everything. So this storage is not available for user. This is only for my compliance team. And now my compliance team, they may have some kind of a application through which they are able to see all the data. So even if as a user you delete the data, you still have a copy maintained here. So during the compliance check, people can see that, okay, this data you have uploaded, you have wrongly quoted a customer, you probably make a wrong commitment to the customer. So a lot of things can be happen. So now they want that data should replicate to another blob container for backup and audit purpose, because they have to maintain the compliance. User, if you have a 10,000 employee in your company, you cannot control everyone. You can send a email that, hey user, hey employees, you should not delete the file. What employee do that? Because of one employee action, company cannot put their whole thing in a stake. One employee action can trigger the rejection of your compliance, and that can be a huge impact. Huge impact. But you cannot control everyone action, everyone mind. Not in original, right? So even if the user is intentionally, accidentally do something here, their still original file is preserved. Let's do that in action now. It will be a problem with the residency law. If it is in a same country, no problem, because both are in the US, so no problem. But if it is a second country, it will be a problem. Depend on what type of data you have. Okay. Now, all of you remember one of the first lab which we do on a day one, where I get these 4 choices. So what happened? There is a 2 storage. One is called blob. Okay. Second is called data lake. Data lake you will learn when you are in 204 or 305. So what is blob now? In a blob, it's a flat file system. Flat file system in the sense, there is no folder hierarchy you can create. In a data lake, you have an option to create a folder and hierarchy. You can visual the folder. Now in the blob, it will give you to create something called virtual folder. It's not a real one. What do you mean by virtual folder? This folder is not available for you to do any operation, but while uploading any file, you in the advanced button, when you are uploading any file, it will give you an option to select the virtual folder. So you have to remember the name. So let's say my virtual folder name is data. I have to remember name data, and then I say that, okay, put this file in a data folder. So it's a virtual, correct? That is the reason why you are not able to see that. So if you need to create a folder and folder and folder, you have to use data lake. By default, Gregory, I select every data to replicate, but you have an option to filter. You can filter on a basis of prefix, timing. Yeah. So just come back again. You remember during the day one, I say a customer want to host its website on Microsoft Azure. And that day, I say customer has a 4 options. You can use VM, you can use blob storage, you can use app service, you can use container service. So if you are a solution architect, you need to make a decision which service. So to isolate the service or to zero down on the service, we generally ask questionnaire like, does your website is static or dynamic? Because that day customer answer, my website is dynamic, means the website content will change frequently. A storage account gone, because blob storage doesn't support the dynamic website. Let me change the answer now. This time customer say, I want a static website. So the moment I say a static, blob come into the picture. To isolate further, if I ask other question, do you need to control backend? If customer say no, VM gone. Does your application is a code base or container base? If it is say code base, container gone. And because the website is a static, app gone. So now the only option available is static website, right? So lot of customer use a storage as a static website. So what do you mean by blob as a static hoster? So let's say, for example, I have a website developed in Java, Python, .NET, HTML, any language. Blob storage give me one virtual folder, and by default this virtual folder is hidden from the public view, and its name is web. So to enable the website hosting in the blob, you also have to enable one of the feature. It's called a static website hosting. And the moment you enable a static website hosting, a $web folder created, and you get a very different URL. So maybe your storage account name, let's say Bipin. So I can get something like that, bipin.website.microsoft.com. I mean to say you get some URL. And once you put your file here, your HTML, your any of the file, when a user hit this URL, we can, they can get the website. And this is very interesting feature, when I start my consulting journey 5.5 years back, at that point of time, I actually not very sure how my consulting journey will go on. I used to do only job. So I do not want to invest money in the initial days to run my website on a platform like HeroQ or any other, the website hosting platform, because they generally charge $25 to the $100. I do not want to invest that much money. I say that my maximum budget is only $5, because I do not know how many customer is actually interested to hit my website. It's a very initial days. What I do now, I create a website with a simple HTML JavaScript where I listed these are my services, and against that I am going to make a charge, and I host my website inside my blob storage. I create one blob storage in my own account and host it. Less than $5 I get a month. It's like a $4 because it's not a size, and my website is not getting huge hit initial days, 6 months. After 6 months, when I start getting a lot of hits, then I move my website to the enterprise platform like a Heroku or a GoDaddy and so on, right? Or maybe a blog post. So lot of the initial startup companies, they leverage this feature just to control their cost, and still they want a digital presence in the world. In a less than $5, you have your website running and people can access it. Of course, it is not enterprise grade like a other platform go, but for the basic that is very good. So customer say that, okay, I want to use blob storage to run my static website, and let's see that how it will happen. So in a nutshell, we when we are administrator, when we call ourselves as an administrator, always remember that your most of the job are related to managing the service, not creation of the service, if you are applying for that specific job. Okay, so today we just explore few of the features which Microsoft Azure storage service provide to you, and you as an administrator, you can provision that service. Later on you can manage that service, and also keeping the cost in check. It should not escalate more. You need to define first whether you need a standard or a premium. Even if you go for a standard, you just have to again further drill down that you need hot, cold, and archive. So as an administrator task, you need to now recollect everything in your memory. Just as a story, the way I tell, do not go for a bookish language, because bookish language you learn today, forget tomorrow. If you remember as a story, okay, when the auditor come, this is what we do. It will quickly come in your mind. Okay, and this is how we can. The last point, you again have to remember as a story only, that just like a virtual server, in a storage account, if you have an issues, some kind of a problem, for example, suddenly you are not able to create new storage account, suddenly the file which is stored in the storage account is not accessible at all, what will you do? You create a static website and the web folder is not appearing. So the issues, if any issues come, what is the first step? What is the first step when you have issues in your Azure services like a virtual machine? What is your status.microsoft.com? Dear friend, please remember it. What is the website? What is the website? Yeah, Azure Health Status, and it will give you azurestatus.com. Remember it, memorize it, and it should come automatically when someone asks a question. Correct? Very first step, sir, because it's a platform service, be it in Azure, be it in AWS, be it in Google, like Azure Health Status, you also have a AWS Health Status, exactly same website. Exactly same website. First we go there, we check. If you are a Twitter user, always remember, if you are a Twitter user, Microsoft has its support a tweet account. Follow that account. So we also check Twitter that Microsoft is sending any kind of a alert or a warning. I remember my story, and this is just last year. I hope all of you witness. I was at the Heathrow airport. I checked out my hotel, reached to the airport, and then I found that nothing is working there, and there is a chaos completely at the airport. Flight is not neither taking off nor landing. I already have a checked out. Then I do not understand what happened. Then someone said that there is some issues in their computer. Exactly. So what I did, I immediately go to the Twitter handle and I checked Microsoft has posted already that there is a unwanted update has been pushed by mistake, and because of that Windows worldwide crash. So it means, first thing, before troubleshoot, check what the Microsoft Twitter handle says, Amazon AWS Twitter handle says. If you have a laptop in your front of you, tablet in front of you, quickly go to check the health status. Third, then you should raise the support ticket. And how will you raise the support ticket? Like every service in Microsoft, this is also have a help. Under the help, you are support. Make sense? Remember? Very, very important one. Now, as an Azure administrator, and I will tell you a very real incident, but just before. For an example, one of the common questions asked in the interview, one of the common question, and out of the 10 people, if they go for interview, every 10, when they return back, they say me the same thing. You are administrator. Which last incident you troubleshoot? Or in the last 3 months, which all incident you troubleshoot? And it's a common across. So every Azure service, if you go to virtual machine, you go to a storage, next class we are going for network and app service. Every service, you get this option called diagnose and solve a problem. And you will find the list of common problem which happen. Common problem. You click any of the problem, for example, deletion and recovery, and you will get, just fill that options, go next, and it will give you that what exactly the problem might happen. So there are list of issues with their possible solution. And I give you an example. One of the girl who was in my last year July batch of 104, she is absolute fresher in the technology. She has some kind of a you can say coordination experience, but not a technical experience. After attending my class, she go for an interview. Interviewer asked the question, can you just tell me what all in the last 3 months, which all big problem you solve? And she says, sir, just for your advice, I remember 10 problem, 3 from VM, 2 from a storage, 1 from network. I just make a note and I memorize. So in front of interviewer, the moment he asked, I reply 7 incident back to back. And he became so impressed, he even tell his colleague who is sitting with him that look, our team who is working on Azure for a long time and the same problem happened and they are struggling, and this look that this girl, she is able to troubleshoot and she is now placed, she is hired. So this is a trick. Every service you will get a list of common problem versus their solutions, and you just have to remember few known problem and their solution, memorize it. This question going to ask by the interviewer if you are going for an Azure interview. Every service, okay? Just remember 2-3 incident common, memorize it, make a note before going for interview. Again, go through that. This question you will definitely handle. Make sense? Which one? Diagnose and solve the problem. Okay.
And with that, we have come to the end. If you have any doubts or questions, ask them in the comment section below. Our team of experts will reply to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.